Gender fluidity?
Now.
See, now.
This is the regularly scheduled meeting of the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force called to order at 4:08 p.m. on Wednesday, June 3rd, 2015. Mr. Young, would you call the roll, please?
On the call of the roll, Member Wolf. Member Wolf has informed me that he would not be able to attend tonight. Member Copra has informed me that he would not be able to attend tonight. Member Pilpil.
Present.
Pilpil present. Member Hebner.
Present.
Hebner present. Member Haynes.
Present.
Haynes present. Member Fisher.
Present.
Fisher present. Member Hinsey.
Present.
Hinsey present. Vice Chair Hyland.
Present.
Hyland present. Chair Washburn.
Present.
Washburn present. I do not have any agenda changes to discuss at this time.
Okay. Very quickly, I wanted to publicly welcome our newest member of the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force, Sean Haynes. I'd also like to announce that Member Hinsey is now been reappointed for a 2-year term. Yay! So, Member Haynes, anything you'd like to say to introduce yourself to us and to members of the public?
I would just like to thank everybody for providing this opportunity to join this particular body. I'm excited to work with each of you to solve some of our problems and to make this process a little bit smoother for the community.
Thank you and welcome. I've already explained that we sometimes run late. We've even run as late as midnight, but we don't normally. So, given that there are no agenda changes, Mr. Young, could you call the next item on the agenda?
Item number 2, file number 15029, complaint filed by Michael Petralis against Angela Calvillo, Clerk of the Board, President London Breed, and Supervisor David Campos, Board of Supervisors, for allegedly violating Administrative Code Section 67.21 and 67.25 for failure to respond to requests for public records in a timely and or complete manner. Just to summarize, the complaint committee heard this matter and determined that the task force has jurisdiction and referred the matter to the task force without a recommendation for further discussion. The complaint committee was not able to provide a recommendation regarding the complaint. The following questions related to the complaint were brought up. Does the burden to provide the record exceed the need of the public? Are the requested documents an identifiable and specific record? Is any and all emails an identifiable record pursuant to California Government Code 6235B? What is the 33? 53. What is the threshold for applying the rule of reason? How much time must the department allocate to respond to a public records request in regards to the rule of reason?
I'm wondering if at this time Member Hebner might fill in the rest of the task force and members of the public about this matter which we heard.
I'm happy to, and before I do that, it's prudent for me to disclose that I have made a campaign donation in the past to David Campos's assembly campaign last year. I don't believe it affects my ability to weigh in on this matter impartially, but want to disclose that for the record. With respect to this complaint, excuse me, I'm just pulling up my notes. We did refer this without recommendation, and that is because we thought that there was we wanted the full task force to weigh in on this was sort of a case of first impression for us, and we wanted the full task force to weigh in on the questions that are listed in the recommendation, and we wanted to hear further testimony from the complainant and the respondent with respect to the 5 enumerated questions in the referral. namely, we were interested in whether, or I was personally interested in whether the burden of this request was such that it sort of obviated an obligation to disclose the records being requested.
All right, so I think at this time we will not have a formal hearing as we usually do, but we should give both Mr. Petralis and then representatives from the supervisor's offices or the clerk of the board an opportunity as well. So if we can hear them out and then ask questions afterwards. So the complainant has 5 minutes to
Through the chair?
member.
Yeah, through the chair. I mean, if we're disclosing,
Sure.
I think 7 years ago, I went to a cocktail party for London Breed and donated $50 to her campaign. So if we're disclosing, I guess we have to start disclosing that.
7, not 3?
What?
I don't think she was running 7 years ago.
It was her pre-campaign run. 3
Okay,
years
whatever.
ago. Whatever years ago.
Okay.
Well,
So,
I mean, I don't mean to make light of the fact of my disclosure. I think that it's a prudent disclosure to make, and you know, precision is appreciated in these matters. So,
All
And
right.
going with that theme, I will disclose that I probably donated something at a cocktail party.
All right. Let's, Member Pilpel?
Sorry, I don't have a disclosure along those lines. But although it's not on the agenda and it's a little confusing because this came from committee, I think we actually need to find jurisdiction first.
I don't believe we do. We found jurisdiction.
When?
I believe you can accept the committee's recommendation that the task force has jurisdiction.
Well, right, but either way, we need a motion because we haven't yet, the full task force, found jurisdiction. The
do
recommendation
it.
from the committee was
Okay.
to hold a full hearing.
I
All
move
right.
to find jurisdiction.
That's what I was going to
Second.
do. Thank you.
Is there any public comment on the motion to find jurisdiction? Seeing none without objection.
That motion passes without objection.
All right, so at this time, the complainant, Mr. Petralis, you have up to 5 minutes to explain this matter to us.
Hello, Michael Petralis. I believe these requests were about a lot of emails, correct? This is that request? Okay. I identified the public records that I wanted, which were emails from these officials. I asked, I believe, for a 13-month period worth of emails. What came back from the respondents was that this was a voluminous request and they wanted me to narrow down the topics. I believe I made the argument at the complaint committee that with Hillary Rodham Clinton and her emails at the State Department, the press and the public have been asking for all of her emails. The State Department and Mrs. Clinton are not coming back and saying you have to identify if you only want emails about gays in Uganda or Benghazi or what have you. People want all of Hillary's emails from when she was at the State Department, and that's kind of what inspired me to file these requests. I believe that the public records of the emails were clearly identified and that the public officials have dragged their heels in violation of the Sunshine Law in terms of giving me what I want. Since the complaint committee, especially with Supervisor Campos's office, there has been discussion between us about narrowing the emails that I want, and I basically asked just for his emails, and those records have been provided to me. So there was some movement. And that's basically it.
Okay, thank you. At this time, representatives from the respondents.
Hi there. Hi, Wilson Ng, Office of the Clerk of the Board. I'd also like to mention that a representative from Supervisor Campos's office is here as well, if she'd like to speak. But just to recap what was discussed at the Complaint Committee, Mr. Petrellis had requested for any and all emails from member David Chu's emails for the period of January 1st, 2014 through December 31st, 2014, so a year's worth of emails, an entire 3 months worth of emails from President London Breed's emails from the period of January 1st, 2015 through March 15th, 2015, any and all emails from Supervisor Campos's emails for the period of January 1st, 2014 to March 1st, 2015. So basically a year's worth of emails for 2 of the respective supervisors, and then 3 months worth of emails for the remaining supervisors, without any discretion to subject or any way we can narrow down that request. Now, California Code, as well as the Good Government Guide, states that the request must be sufficiently clear and defined that it reasonably identifies the subject matter. And from the Complaint Committee hearing, we were trying to explore what the threshold of reason was. We're more than happy to oblige to his request. However, requesting for a year's worth of any and all emails does require appropriate redactions review before disclosure, and we simply don't have the staff capacity to do that. Now, following that meeting, last month, Mr. Petrellis did send an amended request to revise all 3 of those requests to narrow that down to a month's worth of emails versus an entire year's worth of emails. We did parse through how many potentially responsive records there could be without even going through the crossing the bridge about redaction and what's privileged information or not. Without even reviewing that, we just kind of ran a query of like how many could potentially be responsive. And even a month's worth of emails is over 1,000 for each one of those supervisors, and that's we simply don't have the capacity to do that. So we did respond by saying whether Mr. Petrellis would be willing to narrow down his request further, perhaps if not by subject, perhaps like select days or select like given topics, or just anything that will help us identify something that is more reasonable that we can actually provide. Perhaps maybe even as a benchmark on a regular basis. Actually, I don't think we've ever even received a request of this type of volume, and we honestly don't know if we have the manpower to do it and whether we have the technological capacity to pull that through without pulling in resources from other departments. But if there is a way that he can narrow it down further, we may be able to provide it. But right now, it's just we just simply don't think that 1,000 emails, having us review all of those, constitutes a reasonable request. But we are more than happy to work with him if he's willing to narrow it down from a year down to a month. My hope is that he's willing to narrow it down further or help us identify exactly what it is he's looking for. That's within the scope of those communications. So.
Thank you. The representative from Supervisor Campos' office.
Hi, good afternoon. I'm Carolyn Goosen. I'm a legislative aide with Supervisor Campos. Just wanted to echo what was just said. When we were originally asked for a year's worth of emails, and Supervisor Campos can get up to hundreds of emails a day. And there was no specification about a subject matter. And in the past, when Mr. Petrellis has sunshined us, there's always been a specific area. We comply very quickly. We're happy to do so, but with the huge volume of work we already had, that was just, an enormous amount of work, and also we felt it did not specify any topic. So we were appreciative that Mr. Petrellis did amend his request, and we were able to provide him with a shorter frame of the emails. I believe at one point he asked for sent emails from a particular month, and then I believe the same thing a year later. So 1 month frame versus a year. And so I think that's about it.
Thank you.
I wish to just add real quick that part of the reason why I want this matter adjudicated here is because the issue of there are lots of records being kept, the public will be asking for them. How will the public officials respond? So that's the larger issue here.
Thank you. All right. At this time, the matter is with the task force for questions. Member Highland, Vice Chair Highland.
Mr. Ng, if you could approach.
Hi, yes.
Can you quantify what we're talking about?
How many emails that are responsive to the 1 month worth of emails request, or
No, to the original request.
to the original request? The number of emails, we're talking tens of thousands.
Do you have something more specific? I'm sure your IT department could.
I don't. I don't have the specific numbers on hand right now, but I can get those numbers. But it is
That would have helped for today's hearing. I just have an idea of what we're dealing with.
Chris, we have that on page 31 of the packet for Supervisor Campos, but not for the other two.
Okay.
yeah. Yeah, I mean,
Are we using
that's difficult to quantify, but it's definitely in the tens of thousands. I would like to add, on a regular basis, the types of public records that we do get from on average. I mean, at most they probably request for 30 to 50 emails at most, and maybe 100 in rare circumstances. But anything over that, up to like 1,000 emails and above, that actually takes a toll on our resources and staffing. So,
And then, just out of curiosity, when you do handle these large requests, what format do you usually provide them in? Is it something?
we usually provide them in PDF. There would be some conversion involved. So if we are to export those emails in a PDF format, there is the more voluminous, the more lag time, because it would take the computer a little bit of time to process it. But we would have to probably do it in batches.
Okay.
In this
And
case,
you'd zip it and send it in batches, I'm guessing.
we would. We would also have to find creative ways to deliver that as well, with this many emails, because it wouldn't fit in
The servers.
the usual media that we would otherwise deliver it in. Yeah.
It would be
Thank
in
you.
chunks.
Yeah, Member Fisher.
So I guess this question is for both Mr. Ng and Ms. Guzin. I've never worked in the city, so I don't know how things are done. My question is, I mean, whenever I've had in the private sector, a request like this comes to me, it's not my core technology. I'm in R&D. I'm doing something else. I mean, Ms. Guzin, I'm actually asking this question of you, so you may have to come up. But does this actual activity that Mr. Ng just described, is that done by either a legislative aide or an intern, or is this farmed out to DTIS or whatever it's called?
It's done by us within. So this is taking time.
Let me, before
Go
I'm
ahead.
finished, then you can.
Sure.
Because I have a real issue with this, because I'm a resident of District 9, and were you there last night? We're blowing up in District 9.
Yes.
I want the legislative aides and my supervisor doing nothing towards you, doing the work that's needed in District 9. I mean, maybe I'm playing queen for a day here, but maybe what the city needs to look at is farming this off to some other department or some other group. And that's an issue with the city, because from what I've seen, and I haven't ruled yet, but Mr. Petrellis has a right to whatever request or whatever information he's getting here, unless we find out differently from our city attorney here. But is there some way we could, I mean, you're in the records department, Mr. Ng, is there something that we, as the Sunshine Ordinance, could make a recommendation to the city that take this off of the ledge aids? I want the ledge aiding in the district. I'm sorry, Ms. Guzin, I cut you off.
No, thank you. And that's one of our frustrations. We have such a high needs district. We're, helping both constituents, fighting evictions, dealing with fires, legislation. And so when these requests come in, we do, it is us and then whichever volunteer interns we have in our office, and they're varying capacity, so we supervise them. So it's a combination of us doing the work, collecting each of our ledge aids, the supervisor's emails, and then overseeing the interns. So it is very time consuming. And so in this case, when we were asked for a year, we said this is definitely, we cannot commit a week of time to this when we have such high needs that we have to address in terms of our work.
Okay, I mean, but the Sunshine Law is the Sunshine Law, and if somebody
Right.
puts in a legitimate
that's why-
sunshineable request, we, the global city, have to figure out a way to do that. And I don't want it falling on you. Maybe I'm biased because I live in 9.
That would be.
That's all I had, Chair Washington.
No, thank you. Thank you.
I mean, I agree with that. So just so we're clear, the clerk of the board addresses matters that pertain to the entire full board. For matters pertaining to individual supervisors' offices, if they're making a request for communications, the technical part of it isn't the difficult part. It's the identifying confidential, personal, privileged information that's the difficult part, and that information is not necessarily disclosable to the clerk of the board. If it's a matter, if there are communications that pertain to specifics.
Can I ask him a question while he's talking? So, all these 10,000s of 86,000 emails,
Right.
an actual person in the ledge office, because that's my other concern. I live in that district. I've written to Supervisor Campos. What if there's something in there that's privileged? Does that have to get siphoned out of what's disclosed?
It does.
It does.
Each and every single email that is disclosed to the public
Has
will
to be
need
read.
to be reviewed. So,
Did not know that. Okay.
Unless you were the originator of that email, it would be difficult for a third party, in this case me, like if I were to read Supervisor Campos's email without being one of his aides or being the originator of that email, it would take me a significant amount of time to actually identify that information.
So we don't have like a forensic data service where you can put in exclude these terms, exclude all emails with
It would
domestic
be-
violence or, blah, blah, blah in there.
Yeah, it's not something that can easily be automated.
Well, actually, it can, and it exists.
Yeah.
It's just we, the city, don't pay for that. I mean, it's really expensive, but
Right.
there are services out there that do that.
Right. And
Okay.
I mean, again,
Limited resources, I know.
Right. We're working within the staffing constraints as well as budgetary constraints as well.
Yeah, no, I
So,
hear you.
Okay, who had the first question over here? I think it was Member Hepner. That's fine. And
I think Member Fisher asked a lot of very good questions on this matter, and just to, I did find some additional research that I had done on this, and to answer some clarifying questions, I think, about whether this is an identifiable record. I think there's no question that this is an identifiable record. The question that's with us is whether this is, whether the burden is too onerous, whether the cost is too onerous, and that is for the offices that are fielding the request to prove. And my question then is whether you can get around a review of each email. I think at the Complaints Committee there it was indicated that you would have to review each email for sensitive information prior to releasing it to the public. Is there a way to get around that review? Does that review have to take place? I mean, what is your consideration in that regard? Because I think not having to conduct that review, the burden on your office would be a lot lighter.
I personally don't see any way around it.
What is the classified information, or what private information are we talking about?
I mean, there's attorney-client privileged information that's in there.
Okay.
It is our policy to redact personal phone numbers that are addressed to a specific board member and not matters that are pertaining to the full board. We do have a drafted redaction policy that the clerk of the board has issued out to the supervisors that we can certainly copy the task force on as well, if you would like to see what information is redacted and what processes that we do use. But basically, financial information, social security numbers, any personal identifiable information. I think I mentioned earlier,
Can I separate that? Does personal identifiable information, does that include names of people who are email?
No.
So this
But
is-
like we're talking about unique identifiers like driver's licenses,
Right. Address and email.
like that will trace back to a specific individual. Let's see. There's bank account information. Certain parts of your address, like the numbers, not necessarily the street names. So there's a list of things that I can go ahead and forward to the task force if you guys are interested.
if you would, no, I think that's critical for us to know.
We
I
have
think
questions.
Member Pilpel and then Member Hensy.
And then
And back to
Chris and then me.
Okay, all right. This is good.
But maybe my question will get answered. So
Right, okay.
let her rip.
So Member Pilpel and then Member Hensy, and then we're back on this side.
So several points. I think that the review for redactions can't be avoided, and I also don't think it can be or really should be automated, because someone might say, I've got a domestic violence problem in my household or in my neighborhood, or they might say, I've got a DV issue, or, there are all kinds of abbreviations and codes and whatnot, and they're different, and it's not just the attorney-client privilege or privacy. There are other privileges and exemptions that may apply. So there's all kinds of review, just as in any public record disclosure. I mean, certain things we know are just out there without redaction, our agenda today, for example, and other things are not provided, and then there are a lot of things that really just need to be reviewed for redaction. Can I come back to a point that was made earlier about narrowing the request? The only material we got in the packet was the original request, some of the back and forth emails, and then the referral or recommendation from the complaint committee. Was there actually a narrowing of the request further than this, and is that something that we should have gotten a copy of? And if so, why wasn't the task force copied on that?
So at the time of this original complaint that went before the complaint committee, this was exactly what was submitted. Following that complaint committee hearing in around like August 22nd, no, it's August 20.
Not August.
August 22nd, Mr. Petrellis did. Oh, I'm sorry, April. Sorry. April 22nd, he did submit an email to myself and the clerk of the board on one thread regarding former Supervisor Chu's emails.
And did that get copied to the task force?
That did not.
Okay.
Now, and then there was another email that Mr. Petrellis had sent to Campos's office.
Okay.
Also,
so I guess one of the things that I'm suggesting, and we are interested in the redaction policy, I think that's clear. When there's a narrowing of issues and further work between the parties, it's helpful if you can copy the task force so it gets in the file, so that we would see that, either complainant, respondent, somebody. That would have been helpful to know.
Okay.
With respect to... Let me turn to former Supervisor Chu for a second, because I think that's a bit of a different issue from current supervisors. What's the current ask there? It's no longer 12 months. Is it down to 1 month? Yeah.
To move things along, I believe I narrowed it down to 1 month to see what we could get here. Just see what the burden would be on the office. I'd also like to know how many people work in the clerk's office. But if we could get a sense of what the number would be for emails sent by Chu in January of 2014, then we'd have a handle on the number we're dealing with.
Okay.
And as far as I can recall, nothing has been provided to me from David. Right, nothing's been provided to me from Chu's emails. But to reiterate, David Campos's office has provided me with emails.
Okay. So let me go to Campos for a second and come back to Chu. So as to Supervisor Campos, you requested, you narrowed it, and you actually received a month's worth of emails, and was it sent or received or both?
The Campos office, after they received my amended request, sent the emails from Campos's email address for a number of months, I believe. Yes?
There were two requests. One was for, I think, 1 month of January 2014, then one was for January 2015.
Right.
The microphone, please.
So January of 14 and January of 15.
Yes.
You asked for that, you narrowed it, you got those, and you're good with that?
Yes.
Okay. Then let me stay on that for a second. Sorry, there's just a lot happening. Can I hear from Ms. Goosen?
Yes.
Can you describe for us the level of effort required to narrow that? Do you happen to recall the count for both months, and just sort of a rough estimate about the effort?
It was sent emails from his email.
Okay.
And one of them, I supervised an intern, and it took, I think one of them took largely a full day. And the other, but I can't exactly recall, to be honest. And the other was shorter because there were less emails sent that month.
And was this in the hundreds of emails?
No. This is sent, so this is not in his inbox. Yeah.
So it was less than hundreds? I'm trying to...
Less than hundreds for sent emails, correct.
Okay. Because you indicated in a communication earlier that there were 6,000 emails in his sent folder for the full 14-month period.
Correct. So that he had requested January. Often, December and January
Okay.
is there's less emails back and forth. But
Okay. So for a
yeah,
one-month period...
I didn't count.
That's fine.
Right.
That's fine. So for a one-month period, it was a day or more than a day of an intern's time to go through
I'm trying to
supervised.
remember if it was actually a week or a month now. Was it a month? It was a month. Okay.
Okay. I mean, I'm just saying, this is helpful, I think, for us in
Right.
starting to evaluate the level of burden.
Yeah, I'd say a full work day with part of my day supervising the intern with the intern,
Okay.
then also doing it.
So as we all understand, it's not like this isn't doable, it's a question of burden. Okay, so thank you. So back to Mr. Ng. Where I was going with former Supervisor Chu, since they're not here anymore, as to Supervisor Chu, who would do that work? Would that be
would be
the
me.
guy named Wilson Ng?
It would be me.
Okay.
Under the direction of the clerk of the board.
Okay. And those emails are preserved? It's not like they're going away?
We're retaining them right now, yes.
Okay. So you'd be able to do that, and again, it's a question of time and resources. And you don't have interns that you supervise?
Yes. I don't have any interns I supervise, no.
Although now you may... Never mind. Okay, so is there a way to start on the Chu request in the 1 month that was requested, or even start with a particular week?
So now we're talking for Chu's emails, we're talking 1 month's worth of any and all emails.
That's what it's currently at, correct?
Both inbox and sent. Both received and sent?
Narrow
Or is it
away.
changed now?
I will narrow it down to January 2014, email sent by david.chu@sfgov.
Okay.
For how many months was that, Mr. Member Pilpil?
Originally, it was 12 months, but now we're hearing 1 month just sent.
Okay.
And you don't have those statistics on you today about
I don't.
what the count is? Okay.
I mean, if there's 1,000 emails that were received and sent, I mean, we can just ballpark right now, like half of that maybe.
Or less.
Maybe.
I don't know. Whatever.
Yeah.
And there might actually be fewer redactions in sent email than in received, but that's speculative.
But that's speculative, yeah.
All right. So at least as to the Chu request, are you willing to try?
Yeah, I'll look into that.
Okay.
Yeah, but I just wanted to make the point that because I am not the originator of those emails, I will need to
Right.
review and redact and run them by the city attorney's office.
Okay.
But I do think that request will narrow it down further.
Okay.
Yeah. So
And that is good with Mr. Petralis as to former Supervisor Chu. Something is better than nothing.
right. And if any updates do
Some
happen,
other
I will.
questions.
I'll be sure to copy the task force on any
Okay.
on any new findings that we're not discussing today.
I'll defer and come back on the other two items. Thanks.
Okay. Member Hensey?
My question's been answered about the number of hours and the effort burden, so.
All right. Member
It was
Vice Chair Hyland and then
was
Member
first.
Fisher.
Yeah, I have one question to the task force, and perhaps the attorneys here can answer. I thought some expectations of privacy were waived in communications to City Hall, so that's the first piece I wanted to
Did you say
throw out there.
waived or wade?
Or waived. In other words, people who are writing into supervisors understand that, some items are not going to be private. That's another matter. And then I have a question for Michael Petralis, if you would like to approach. What exactly are you looking for here? What's
I want to see how the president of the board in January 2014 was taking up his time. How is he developing his legislative agenda or any agenda before the Board of Supes? Also, I want to see if by any chance there were emails about the impending race for assembly. I want to see exactly what the president was sending from his government-sponsored account and how it related to a number of issues: housing, police, the fire department, the budget, the mayor, etc.
okay? So from what I heard right there, perhaps you could prioritize your request to the sent emails section and then work backwards to others. Would that be reasonable?
To work back on what?
So what you're really after are his sent emails, from what I just heard. Not all the 86,000 or whatever that came to him, but his sent emails folder is your primary concern. Okay. I mean, I'm just trying to work out ways of chunking this to make it reasonable for them to comply. Would that be a logical first step? In other words, is there a ranking of what you're looking for? Like you mentioned January, and then maybe February, then maybe March, in sent emails, and then after that you can go to all emails in January. February. I mean, I'm just trying to explore a way, if we rule in your favor, of how this could actually logistically be done. So if you could continue to think about that, we might come back to that later.
Yes.
Thank you.
If I may quickly, I think it's kind of a slippery slope, but we should try to veer away from asking complainants what they're actually looking for in their documentation.
Right.
I understand it's sort of difficult here because we're looking to find a way, if there's any way they could narrow the scope of the request, but we got to tread carefully there.
No, I was going to make the same point. So
I
thank
understand
you.
that, but there's also the letter of the law and the spirit of the law. I'm just trying to, without sliding down the slope, to get a way of perhaps resolving this. That is all. But thank you for that.
Member Fisher.
Yeah, now I have two questions. See, I only had one. Now I got two. I'm not going to ask what you're looking for, why. We know the laws. I'm going to ask the question I always ask. It's a two-parter. Did you get everything that you asked for this specific complaint, file number 15029? And if not, what's missing? And then I have a question for you, Mr. Ng.
I have received...
You're first, Mr. Petrellis. Did you get everything? And then, if no, what's missing? That's what we're here to rule on.
Right. Yes, have received things, all that I want at this point from the David Campos office. No, have not received anything related to the David Chu request. And I believe the third part to this is the London Breed calendar that was sent in a paper form.
I think that's another case.
That's a separate
Different
complaint.
case.
That's why I said...
Okay, then what is the London Breed component to this complaint, if you could remind me?
January 1,
3 months of emails.
2.5 months. January 1 to March 15th of 2015.
No emails from Supervisor Breed's office.
Okay, because that's what I was getting at for 15029. What was still missing? Because that will help us, and what kind of burdens
to
we're
answer,
putting on.
Campos, yes, nothing is missing. For Chu and Breed, documents are missing, have not been provided, and I would like to state very quickly that I don't see anyone here from Supervisor Breed's office.
So my other question was to Mr. Ng. This goes all the way back to like 5 questions ago. We were talking about redacting. So, for example, if I write to Supervisor Campos, which I have done, at the bottom of every single one of my emails in my signature is Louise Fisher, Lou Fisher at blah, 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 and then my phone number. So maybe I should be asking Ms. Guzin, does that phone number get redacted that's in my signature? Because that's work.
Are you asking Ms. Goosen now?
Oh, either one of you.
Okay. According to our redaction policy, that would be eligible for redaction. If it's a matter that pertains to the full board, we would just go ahead and disclose that.
Right.
But
that part I get.
If it's a matter that goes to an individual supervisor, then we would redact that because that communication would be intended for specifically that individual.
So that's work. I mean, if I just did the math. If someone asked for 86,000 emails and an intern had to go over every one, and I'm just going to guess, maybe even takes a minute per email, 6 hours per day, because 2 hours is eating lunch and doing other things. I did the calculation. It's 47.7 days of somebody's time.
Right.
So that's why I wanted to, yes, I did those numbers. That's why I wanted to know if you were literally blacking out my phone number on every email.
So I have to say that we are currently, it's good I'm learning this, if we have not been doing that for every single email, not in a signature, and maybe we should be at this.
No judgment.
I have a
was
question.
just asking if that's done.
So if it's in the signature, and no, we have not, but there's certain private information as such that was mentioned earlier.
Okay.
We would be, yeah.
Okay, so my phone number will be he already has it, but my phone number will be disclosed to Mr. Petralis or any future. Call me anytime. Okay, I just want to know that was not clear to me if that's redacted or not.
So I would like to make a formal request at this time that you provide the clerk of the Board of Supervisors policy for redaction.
Okay.
That's important for us to know. And I wanted to start just going through some of the issues systematically so we can move this along.
Well, actually, if I can clarify one point really quick.
Okay.
So in my response to Mr. Petralis' email to me directly to narrow down that scope down to 1 year, I did propose a question to him to request that he whether he can narrow it down further, which he just has to narrow it down to instead of any and all emails, to just sent items. Now, had I received that earlier, I would have been responsive to his request, and I would have been able to address it right then and there instead of wait until before the task force for the hearing for that. So I just wanted to put that out there, and I believe Breed's offices had also sent a similar response to him as well, in which neither of our offices received a response from Mr. Petralis. Now, if in regards to Mr. Petralis' concern that Breed's office isn't here, we can certainly communicate that to them as well. If the request is being narrowed down further at this point, and if he's also requesting for sent items from Breed as well as for Choose emails as well. And then we can kind of tally up the numbers, and if there's anything that comes across, we will communicate that back to Petralis to work with him on that and copy it to task force. That way we don't, just in case there's any discussion about a violation today, I do want to just say that we are more than willing to work with Mr. Petralis on this request.
Okay. No, I'm hearing that. But I want to, thinking back to when this all started, Mr. Petralis sent IDRs to the supervisor's offices and the clerk of the board. And so we have to consider, was there a violation with regard to responses to Mr. Petralis? So we have to, that's one thing we have to consider. Then we have to consider whether or not he received everything that he requested, and that's what we've mostly been talking about. Then we have to, there are some questions that came up. There's some issues, I think, that, which is why we wanted to hear this before the full task force, and all of you stepped up to the plate here. The issue of identifiable and specific records, and the supervisor's offices, the clerk of the board were maintaining that Mr. Petralis had not clearly identified what he wanted, and I think we're thinking that yes, he did. Any and all emails it's a big universe, but it's defined. It is clear, very clear. So I think we can put that to rest, that issue, that these are identifiable records. And then there's a question we were wondering about applying the rule of reason, and I did a quick Google search on that, and that rule of reason applies, according to what I found, to the Sherman antitrust law. It has a specific legal definition, and so it sounds like something we ought to be using. I think it's nothing formal, it's just what's reasonable. But I think the Sunshine Ordinance itself does have a provision that applies here, and that's if somebody asks for an enormous amount of public records, the respondent can say, this is going to take our office a very long time. And now the supervisor's offices have some idea about this. It will take us a good full day to get
47.7 days.
Okay, it will take a very long time. And so, let the requester know, yes, we can give you this information, but we have to give it to you in pieces because we cannot, halt what we're doing for a month at a time to comply. So I think, so the issue right now is, was there a violation of the part of the ordinance regarding, or 67.25, immediate disclosure, request also was the requester assisted. That's another provision of the Sunshine Ordinance where there are violations there. And then it looks like they're working out a plan to get the records. We all understand this matter, I think, a lot better. So am I capturing how we're all thinking about this? And Vice Chair Hyland.
Question for the chair. You mentioned at the beginning that we're not really following regular procedure on this. We're kind of just sort of sounding it out. Did I understand that correctly?
We had a hearing at the complaint committee, and there are a lot of interesting issues here, as you can see. We'd like the full task force to hear it. So this is the first time we've had this sort of a thing. So we could we could hear from them again, and then it would be up to us to decide if there's a violation.
I'm just concerned that we didn't give a chance for other parties to weigh in like we normally do in terms of the structure of a regular hearing, and that might have been covered in the complaint hearing, but I think, if people in the room wanted to weigh in, they should be able to.
So who do you mean, members of the public?
Well, usually, you ask the plaintiffs to talk, and then anyone supporting.
Right,
Yeah,
right.
We did skip that.
We did skip that, yeah.
And maybe we should do that now just to make sure this is all, but was that on purpose, I guess, is my question.
It wasn't on purpose. It was,
All right.
I was operating a bit differently because this is a different sort of an animal for us. But Member Pilpal, do you have something to say about that?
Not specifically on that. I think when we take public comment, we'll hear if anyone else needs to weigh in. So what I'm understanding, and I agree with pretty much all of what Chair Washburn just said, it sounds like the request to Supervisor Campos for the moment has actually been satisfied. So you're good with that. You might do something else in the future, but at least as to this request, it was narrowed and responded to. Perhaps not as timely, but once clarified and narrowed, then it was pretty quickly responded to. So you're good with them. Okay. With regard to Supervisor Chu, that will need time. You've now narrowed that. What I heard is January 2014 sent email. Okay. And what I think I also understood is for Supervisor Breed, January of 15 sent email. And I agree, it's unfortunate there's no one here from Supervisor Breed's office. That's my understanding. Yes? No? Okay. So I guess I'm kind of interested in not really ruling on this today, perhaps continuing this to the call of the chair. I'm certainly not finding a violation with regard to Supervisor Campos. I think they asked, they were diligent, followed up. That's good. That's yay. And I think I would be interested in giving Mr. Ng more time, a reasonable amount of time, to try the 1 month on Supervisor Chu and make clear our request to Supervisor Breed for the 1 month and try that. So I guess I'm not ready to find a violation or let him off the hook. I'd like to give him some time now that the request was narrowed, and I think under the totality of the circumstances here, it needed kind of this dialogue to work through and narrowing, and I'm feeling from complainant Petrellis that you're okay with this. Okay. Got it.
Okay, well, I'm not really fine with the continuance.
Okay.
I think we can make progress without bringing it back here.
Okay.
So, unless we have to. So,
I've stated my views. Thank you.
all right. Now, what I'm thinking, we do have to, first of all, these were IDRs. So we do have something that we can decide right now. Was the IDR responded to according to the ordinance? Okay, if not, we can find a violation. And we're not going to kick this to Ethics Commission or anything. We'll just do that, And then, all right, so did the parties work with Mr. Petrellis to help him identify these records? That's another thing we can look at and make a decision about. And then, okay, now we know that there's some records that have not been provided. We send this to compliance and amendments. Okay? Does that sound like a plan?
Yeah, you're pointing at me. I'm Rules Committee, so I'm like, sure.
No,
send it to
I'm just,
compliance and amendment.
you were just listening
here.
to me raptly.
I know,
so
I was.
Okay.
Because you really got this together, Chair Washburn. This is good. I do
Thank you.
appreciate
After
this.
a whole year of this,
Well,
I'm
it took
finally
me-
catching on. So, okay, now I screwed up the procedure, though, in not, first of all, we're going to backtrack just a moment. And we've had the first round of the hearing, and I want to know if there's anybody here to offer facts and evidence in support of the complainant. Anybody else have anything that's in support of him? Okay, seeing none, I'm going to ask for if there's anybody here to offer facts and evidence in support of the respondent. And it can't be you.
Can't be you.
You're him. You're them. Okay. All right. Now I would like to hear from each of you again, as we always do. 3 minutes first for the respondent, and then for the complainant, and then we'll think about what to do right now so we can move on.
I'd just like to say that to propose a violation against not responding to an immediate disclosure request in time, that's completely uncalled for, because we have been in communication, and if you look in your packet, there is a thread that we have responded within 24 hours upon receipt of that complaint, and we have been doing nothing but working with Mr. Petralis on this. And again, like I stated earlier, we have not gotten clarification of narrowing this down to only sent items until today. And I did propose a question to Mr. Petralis on May 1st, in which I received no response as to whether he would be able to narrow it down by any criteria. It doesn't have to be by subject, it doesn't have to be by date, but just some type of criteria to narrow down 1,000 emails into a more manageable number that I can deliver it to him. And to say that I didn't respond to his request, or I didn't respond to his request in time, I do believe that's unwarranted. So that's my only comment. Thank you.
Thank you. The representative from Supervisor Campos?
Sure.
Ms. Guzman?
Just one piece as well just for my colleague Wilson. At the last committee, they did say that if he had not written immediate disclosure request in the subject matter, that was not a proper submission of an immediate disclosure request. And indeed, for those 2 emails, it just says IDR. So it seemed that mattered at the last committee. But FYI. In terms of our response, I said everything at the beginning. I feel like we did immediately let Mr. Petralis know within the 24-hour period that in communication constantly around, can you please narrow the request? He initially asked for calendars and emails. We gave him the calendars within 24 hours, and then worked with him until he was finally happy with what we did provide. So we feel like we did, to the very best of our ability, communicate in a very timely manner and within the guidelines.
Thank you. Okay. And now the complainant, you have 3 minutes.
Yeah, Michael Petralis. First of all, I have to agree with Wilson said I did not get back to him, and I've got a written note here to write back to him and amend the David Chu request. So I take responsibility for that here in public. I will also agree that both the clerk of the board and the Campos office have been in communication with me, and that it has been within a very quick period of time. There's very much been a willingness on their part and full commitment to communication to get these matters solved. I cannot say that about Supervisor Breed's office, though. Thank you. Oh, actually, there was one last quick thing. Part of why these complaints were brought here is because I think that the city officials, the Sunshine Task Force, and requesters need clarification about these issues. And whether a violation is found or not, I have found that there is a lot of education that's come out of the complaint committee and today's hearing. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, the matter is back with the task force. Vice Chair Hyland.
Actually, Mr. Petraeus, I'm a little disappointed in you. You can approach if you like. You are an experienced Sunshine requester. I think you could have done this better. I think you could have communicated with Mr. Ng. I think you could have chunked this out, made priorities, and not taken up an hour plus of this committee's time on this. Yes, there's education out of this, but I would have expected more out of you. And I'm just going to say that, and that's just a personal thing. And it also makes me think about the template we're trying to put together in the Education Outreach Committee about how to phrase an IDR request. I think volume is something we have to address based on this. So yes, there is some benefit to it, but I really would have expected more from someone as experienced as you in these kind of affairs. Anyway, that being said, I just wanted to pass that on. That's all I have to say.
Through the chair.
Yes, Member Hepner.
I'm going to take a little bit different tack, and I want to thank Michael Petraeus for posing a novel question to us. We haven't considered this question of the burden imposed by a request of a blanket amount of emails for a period of time, and I think it's something that we have learned about as a body. I don't personally find that I don't see a violation against either Compost's office or against Mr. Ng as a representative of former Supervisor Chu, now Assembly Member Chu's office. And on the contrary, and further to that point, I'm somewhat satisfied that the burden imposed by this request is such that it's not subject to public disclosure. We don't need to find that. We don't need to move on that. That's my personal feeling about this. So I would suggest not finding a violation against Supervisor Campos or Assemblymember Chu, former Supervisor Chu, and I would move for a violation against Breed's office for failure to send a qualified representative to the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force, and subject to the opinions of the other task force members continuing that matter, and also finding a violation of failure to respond to an immediate disclosure request in an appropriate amount of time.
Chair Washburn, I have a question for you.
Yes, Member Fisher.
Maybe it's a question for Mr. Ng. Are you representing President Breed's office, or are you representing the clerk?
No, I'm representing the clerk of the board's office because upon the departure of former President Chu, those emails were put into our custody. So,
okay, so I'm just trying to get my little brain around this. So Ms. Guzin is here for Supervisor Campos.
You're here for Chu.
So there is nobody here from President Breed's office?
No, but I am more than willing to pass that message along.
Okay, because I'm just kind of figuring how I'm going to vote if this measure goes.
Okay. I'm not sure if that was a motion, but if it was.
Yeah, it's a motion, and to clarify, that would be motion to find a violation of 67.22 for failure to send a knowledgeable representative to the task force.
21E. 21E.
I'm sorry, 21E. And a violation of section 67.25 for failure to respond adequately or to an immediate disclosure request.
I'm sorry, I missed that. It was what Member Pilpel said,
67.21-E.
No, paren,
or subsection E, excuse me, 67.21 subsection E and 67.25.
So this is for Supervisor Breeds. So I have a question for Mr. Petraeus. So how did Supervisor Breed's office handle your request?
This request about the emails?
For that 3-month, what has been their communication to you?
It's all been through email, except when her aide showed up for like 2 minutes last month at the committee, and the supervisor's office has claimed that they need the request narrowed down to specific topics. I did send them a list of topics, and it was still too much for them.
Okay, so... but they did respond to your IDR originally?
Yes.
Okay.
Within 24 hours?
Yes.
Okay, all right, so...
okay, with that information, I'd be willing to withdraw that portion of the motion and just find a violation for now of 67.21 subsection E.
Seconder agrees.
Okay, is there any public comment on the motion?
Ray Hart's Director, San Francisco Open Government. One thing that has concerned me for quite a long time is it seems like there's a get-out-of-jail-free card. I get a request on a certain date. I'm required to reply on a certain date. I'm required, if I'm not going to reply by that date, to ask for an extension. We all know the procedures, and I think everybody in every single supervisor's office knows that, and certainly the clerk of the board knows that. Now, in the case of Supervisor Chu, his memos are a little different, I will grant you. But what I fail to see is the same sort of cooperation that Supervisor Campos provided, which is, let's talk to Mr. Petrellis, see if we can narrow it down. We did narrow it down. We gave him his documents. He was happy. He's now happy, and everybody's copacetic. I did not see any attempt from regarding Supervisor Chu's memos, and very frankly, I think if I saw a good faith effort on the part of any of these supervisors to try to comply, then I would be much more accepting of some of the things. I agree with Commissioner Hyland. I think wasting the Commission's time having this discussion here when the offices themselves have a responsibility in responding to the request to discuss if they don't understand the request or if they don't feel they have the means or whatever. But they sort of say, oh, well, we'll just wait and let it drag on for a month or 2 months or 3 months until it becomes the task force, and then we'll waste the task force time and the public's time in doing that. Now, as far as a lot of the questions you asked, I think, and unfortunately, Mr. Ng was not a knowledgeable person in the sense that if he had done something simple, which is once Mr. Petrellis narrowed his request, the scope of his request down more than 90%, he could have taken the first 2 weeks of emails, had someone do those, send them on a rolling basis to Mr. Petrellis and say, Mr. Petrellis, the first 2 weeks of your request are here. There were X number of emails. It took us X hours of work to do that, and therefore our best estimate would be the remainder of your request will take approximately a certain amount of time. And also that he could have come here and said to you when you asked him, well, how many emails are we talking about? Thousands, tens of thousands. And the one thing that really bothers me the most is after years of this ordinance being placed, people still coming in here saying, we have other things to do. I'm sorry, every job I have ever had, I've never had a boss say, okay, you don't have to do part of your job because you've got other things to do. They wanted it all done because it reflected on them.
Thank you. Is there additional public comment?
Good evening, Thomas Piccarello. If the motion is to find Supervisor Breed in violation of the Sunshine Ordinance for not appearing tonight and also violating the IDR, I'm in favor of it. Anything short of that, I'm opposed. Supervisor Breed is on your calendar 4 times tonight, and neither she nor any of her representatives are here. So you need to send her a strong message that if she violates the Sunshine Ordinance, there'll be ramifications, there'll be consequences. So I would support the motion regarding Supervisor Breed. I'm troubled, though, by having 70-minute discussion on one agenda item. You got 10 agenda items tonight, and it seems to me that 65% of your discussion on this first agenda item could have been discussed on agenda item 11 when you're going to discuss amendments to your bylaws. You know, the Sunshine Ordinance doesn't have a rule of reason. The Sunshine Ordinance is clear. There is no rule of reason. There's a request for documents, and the respondent has X amount of days to give the documents or have a legal reason not to provide them. There is no rule of reason, so that discussion shouldn't be pertinent or germane to whether or not Supervisor Breed should have been here tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there additional public comment?
I'm Peter Warfield, Executive Director of Library Users Association. I'm not a party to this, and unfortunately came in a little bit after it started, so I'm not fully familiar with all the issues, but I am concerned about some of what I've heard in the discussion here. The first thing that I have to say is Library Users Association had a complaint against Supervisor Campos for late responding and heavily redacting documents that we had requested about 3 years ago with respect to the Bernal Branch Library mural. And this body found that he had unlawfully redacted all kinds of contact information from the 300-plus pages of emails that he had provided. And so he had to provide unredacted emails. So I'm very troubled by this, what seems to be acceptance that it's okay to redact phone numbers from emails. The Sunshine Ordinance, and especially the California Public Records Act, is very specific and goes on for page after page after page, saying specifically what sorts of things are exempt from disclosure. And just anybody's home phone number is not exempt. 6254.3 says the home addresses and home telephone numbers of state employees and employees of a school district or county office of education shall not be deemed to be public records and shall not be open to public inspection except under certain circumstances. And 6254.4, the home address, telephone number, email address, and so on and so forth of registered voters. So there is very specific exemptions to disclosure of public records in the code, and it does not include my or your phone number. There are lots of ways that Ms. Fisher, if she doesn't want to be bothered, even if she is bothered by somebody, that she can say, look, please don't call again. Not return phone calls, and there are court orders issued aplenty should there be a problem with being bothered. There's nothing that somebody can do harmful other than perhaps an approach that's not welcome and is asked to be stopped. I'm also very concerned about the so-called rules of reason, because you're treading dangerously close to what I would consider to be what you seem to think is too much. And I think certainly I would second what Ray Hartz has said, particularly with respect to, okay, talk to the person who's making the request and let them know what it involves, or start filling it and give them a feeling for what it involves, because most people really don't want 86,000 pages of stuff. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there additional public comment on the motion? Seeing none, Mr. Young, would you call the
Discussion.
Wait, could you repeat the motion?
Excuse me. No, I'm sorry.
I believe the motion is to find violation of 67.21E, failure to provide a knowledgeable representative. The violation of 67.25 was withdrawn by the sponsor, by the mover.
Member Pilpel?
So if we pass this motion, I presume that would either be the action on this, or there could be potentially other motions, but it might dispose of the matter as to Supervisor Breed. I am not sure I'm prepared to do that at this point. I would, as I suggested
What is the
earlier,
that? You said do that. What's that?
dispose of this matter as to Supervisor Breed. Supervisor Breed has not yet produced the emails that were requested, so I think there might be a substantive violation, but as opposed to the 21E procedural violation, not showing up.
Yeah.
I'm not yet ready to find a substantive violation, because I think we've now, with the help of the complainant, narrowed the request, and I think if we give Mr. Ng and Supervisor Breed's office a reasonable amount of time to comply, they will either comply and perhaps Mr. Petrellis will be satisfied and part of it may go away, or there will be a violation. So my motion, which is a privileged motion, is a motion to continue this to the call of the chair, at which point we could take the matter up, and there would, in my view, at that time, either be a substantive violation based on production or non-production. So if there's a second, then I have a motion to continue.
Through the chair,
Vice Chair Hyland.
Maybe another possibility is this, Member Pilpel. I think the range of the request for London Breed's emails was a 3-month range, which is not entirely unreasonable. Again, it's a slippery slope of us deciding what's reasonable and what's not. But perhaps we could find a violation that wasn't filled and include that as a friendly amendment to the standing motion. That might be one possibility, just to expedite matters, if you're willing to do that.
I hear you. I'm thinking about that. If we could go to the packet material, I think this file was either combined or separated. Something happened with this file, and I think not all of the email back and forth, Mr. Petralis, you might be helpful here, not all of the email back and forth with Supervisor Breed's office was actually in the packet today.
Yeah.
There was a lot of the back and forth with Mr. Ring and with Campos's office, but I'm not finding the Breed email here. I believe it was at the committee, and possibly maybe in another file. Does that?
And are we not going to hear some of that in the next item, potentially?
Wait.
May I?
Yes, please.
Yes.
For the sake of efficiency, since this is the second hearing on this matter already, may I suggest that you move forward with the 21E, the clear violation that the task force thinks they have right here, and if you do rule on it and find the violation, in the order of determination, include instructions for them to actually respond to this request, send it to compliance and amendments, and then follow up that way.
It's creative.
That's what I was thinking of. Actually, this is not going to go away with this finding. It would go to compliance and amendments. Although the fact is they haven't produced anything as of yet. So in fact, that is a violation if there's no production whatsoever. So, but we don't. They're not here to talk to us. So why don't we? If you all think that we could dispose of this now so it gets to compliance and amendments and not back here, that would be my preference. Anybody have any problem with that?
Vote on the motion.
My only concern is that what if compliance and amendments then to have a hearing on the remaining substantive aspects of this complaint and issue a determination? I don't know that that's how we do it. And I think that it would be prudent to continue this to the next meeting of the full task force where we can issue a determination on more substantive matters should that come up.
Well, if it could be that this goes to compliance and amendments and it ends there and it doesn't have to come back here if it's satisfied. So I'm just trying to minimize the time spent in this larger meeting on this matter. So if I'd like for Mr. Young to call the roll.
Well, I made a
on this.
motion. Was there no second to my motion to continue?
Correct. So let's do what Chair Washburn wants us to do now. How is that? Through the chair.
Well, DCA Collis said.
Through the chair. Let's do what the chair wants us to do.
Okay, so then there's no second. That's fine.
On the motion by Member Pill to continue the matter, is there a second on that? I see no second.
We've had public comment on the motion that is before us, and if you don't like it, you can vote against it. Okay.
The motion by Member Hepner, I believe that was seconded by Member Highland.
Oh, you did?
And the motion is to find violation of 67.21E, failure to provide a knowledgeable representative in regards to Supervisor Breed's office, or President Breed's office. And in addition to that, we are finding that the clerk of the board has not there are no violations against the clerk of the board, and there are no violations against Supervisor Campos's office.
That's true. We didn't.
Is there a need to put?
We don't have to put that in.
I just want to make that clarification because all three names are currently there, and I'll be making those changes.
Okay.
On that motion.
If that's how it's going to be phrased, I'm not comfortable with that because I don't think we understand if the clerk's office has not yet responded as to the two items. So if you're going to force a vote on this, then I'm going to ask that the question be divided. I don't think we should be ruling on the substance of either Supervisor Chu or Breed at this point because we haven't seen production. The request has now been narrowed, so that was why I suggested continuing. If there's some other way to do it, fine, but I'm not comfortable not finding a violation as to the two of them, because there may in fact be a violation if they don't produce or if they don't explain why they can't. I don't think we're there yet. I think we've only now narrowed it. Just telling you what
I think we're good.
All right. Now, when this goes to compliance and amendments, it'll be the file as it stands now that has the other complainants or the other respondents. So presumably, they would be urged to also come.
Just to clarify, this is to find a violation of 67.21E regarding President Breed's office. The other matters regarding the clerk of the board and Supervisor Campos are being referred to the Compliance and Amendments Committee for additional discussion.
That was
That's not it.
Through the chair.
Yes.
Just that was. I don't think that was my motion. My motion was solely to find a violation of 67.21E against Breed's office. There can be additional motions on top of that, but I would like this motion to be just that, without any determination as to Supervisor Campos or
Yes, that would be
former
fine.
Supervisor Chu.
So through the chair, it would be like if we had no motion at all, the other two parts of it would just go away. But we have this motion specifically towards this respondent.
Right. So let's.
That request is fine.
Okay. So, Mr.
the
Young, would you
motion-
call the roll, please, on this?
The motion is to find violation of 67.21E regarding President Breed's office. On that motion, Member Pilpil.
With great reluctance, aye.
Aye. Member Hepner.
Aye.
Hepner, aye. Member Haynes.
Aye.
Haynes, aye. Member Fisher.
Aye.
Fisher, aye. Member Hinsey.
Aye.
Hinsey, aye. Vice Chair Hyland.
Aye.
Hyland, aye. Chair Washburn.
Aye.
Washburn, aye. Are there any additional motions? The motion passes. Are there any additional motions?
Can I try? What? Stop looking at me like that. I don't.
Member Pilpel.
I will try again to move to continue the balance of the item to the call of the chair. If there's no second, there's no second.
Is there any second to the motion to continue? There is no second.
Okay.
So the instructions will be to send this to compliance and amendments, and and urging that Supervisor Breed send someone to that hearing to give us an update on what they've provided to Mr. Petralis. And Mr. Petralis can also fill us in on the rest of this.
Are there any instructions to the other two respondents?
Yeah, to the clerk of the board's office to continue to work with Mr. Petralis to obtain those records. There's no violation there, but we would like an update on that at the meeting. Supervisor Campos' office is finished with us.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. Okay, there were a lot of interesting issues with that, and I'm glad everyone thought so.
Well, yeah. Yeah. We're
putting more words in your mouth.
Well, I'm going to give a shout out to Mr. Petralis. I don't always agree with your methodology, but there's no arguing with your results. I mean, let's go back to 30 years ago when we were burying 10 friends a week and the government wasn't listening. So, this was painful and we got through it. And like I said, I don't always agree with you, but at least we're getting somewhere on this. So thanks for bringing this up.
All right.
Next on the agenda is item number 3, public comment. Members of the public may address the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force on matters that are within the task force jurisdiction but not on today's agenda.
Wait, can he speak? Public?
This is general public comment.
Hello, Michael Petrellis again. In the past, I've talked about the length of these meetings, and I have requested or urged that there be a time limit on how long you all speak. It's taking up a lot of time for members of the public to pursue matters. When I file complaints, I'm very glad these days that a lot of them are going to the complaint committee in certain situations. The complaint committee recommends that it go before the full task force for further clarification. I cannot control how the members of the committee want to deal with these things. I would also like to be outside of City Hall. I would also like to have the public records that I'm requesting provided to me. That's not happening. And I really think that there needs to be a little clock ticking. When you all are speaking, you all have to start thinking, no more crosstalk. Please don't make jokes. Don't interrupt each other. All of our time is valuable, and it is really unfair to say to certain respondents or members of the public, you're not handling things as best as possible. The responsibility is shared by all of us to make very good use of our time. I would like to state that a recent voluminous request to the sheriff's office for a lot of emails for a 2-month period were recently provided to me. After they were provided to me, I informed Victor Young that my complaint was withdrawn. I had filed another complaint with another request with another agency for voluminous emails, and I read these emails. That agency provided me with them, and again, the request was withdrawn. So I just want to put that into the public record that when the public officials comply after a complaint has been filed, it doesn't even get to the complaint committee, that I withdraw it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Members, excuse me, members of the task force, Ray Hartz, Director, San Francisco Open Government. First, I'd like to say I agree with Mr. Petrellis. I myself, at the last Library Commission meeting, I have 4 complaints coming up before the task force relating to them. They did correct one of the issues going since the date of the filing, and I made an open offer to them at the hearing. I said, if you will just commit to me that you will continue to do what you've been doing for the last 3 months, I will withdraw the complaint. Total silence. So basically, it's like you make offers to them and you try to be reasonable, and they won't be reasonable. They won't make any attempt to be reasonable in return. A question Mr. Warfield, I know, is going to is concerned about is the length of time it is taking for these hearings to be held. I think part of that has to do with the length of some of these discussions, and I think really the priority here in these hearings is the case that is before you. It is not to educate yourselves. It is not to train yourselves. It is not to, for God's sakes, train the city employees who are paid as part of their job to handle these things. And yet we consistently come in here with these folks saying, this is too voluminous and we have more important things and all this other stuff. I was in the military for 12 years. And if I had ever gone to a senior officer and said, I didn't do that, and he says, why not? And he said, because I had other things to do, he would have said, I don't give a, and it wouldn't probably have been a very polite answer. But the reality is, what they're saying is, we can't do our job. If you can't respond to these requests, you are saying, no matter how you want to verbalize it, we can't do our job, because part of their job is responding to these requests. And then lastly, something I touched on in my comment in the previous meeting is, when a city body or a city commission or a city elected official breaks the law, they break the law. And yet I've seen too many occasions where they drag out a request for public records, it goes through a hearing, it goes to another hearing, it goes to EOT or compliance and amendments, comes back here, it goes off. So by the time they finally do give the person the documents they requested, 3, 4, 5, 6 months have gone by. Now that does not change the fact that they didn't break the law. They broke the law at every point. They didn't respond to the immediate disclosure request on a timely basis. They didn't ask for a continuance. They didn't respond on a timely basis given even the continuance. They dragged it out. They didn't give them anything on a rolling basis. And yet what happens is we get to the end and they say, oh, well, since they finally gave them something, we won't vote for a violation.
Thank you. Just a second. Member Hepner wanted to say something really quick.
On to some of that public comment, because I am sensitive to criticism of the task force and of the Sunshine Ordinance and the work that we do here. I do want to remind the public, and this will come up in our administrator's report as well, there were over 450 calls and requests that were fielded by the task force's office this month alone, and a very, very, very small percentage of those actually end up coming here to us. We do engage in very careful deliberation here, and I think that that's an important part of what the task force and the Sunshine Ordinance exists to provide. But I also, it's worth noting that the vast majority of things are disposed of before coming to us here, and it's a testament to the fact that the Sunshine Ordinance does work. It does work. It overwhelmingly works. And when it comes here, we engage in like the last level of deliberations, and that's a necessary part of what we do. But it's worth noting that so many things are resolved. And thank you to our administrator for taking care of so much of that work.
Thank you. Is there additional public comment?
Peter Warfield, Executive Director of Library Users Association. First of all, thanks to the previous two speakers, and particular to Ray Hartz for the points that he has made. Under Robert's rules, which you might want to check into, there are time limits for comments by members. My recollection from quite a while ago is 10 minutes on an item. So in general, I don't think it's a good idea to limit by time too much, because there may just need to be a process that is completed. The Board of Supervisors yesterday had a 9-hour plus meeting, and they did that because there was tremendous public concern and public interest, and that's what they did. They started at 2 and they ended, who knows, sometime after 11 p.m., and I think if that's what's necessary, that's what's necessary. With this regard, I certainly want to say that I'm very concerned, and I have been for some time, and I've said this, that the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force, your body, is not meeting its statutory requirement to hold hearing and provide a response to members of the public who file complaints, particularly with respect to document production. You have a 45-day statutory limit on getting a response to a complaint. Library Users Association filed 2 complaints April 17th, and with no hearing yet scheduled, today is the 47th day after that filing. Justice delayed is justice denied. We also filed complaints which, if they are heard July 1st, and there's no promise of that, will also be exceeding the 45-day limit, and of course some of the things you're hearing today are a month or more beyond that deadline. I know you're not all powerful, but I have not seen, and maybe you can correct me, I haven't seen a public taking up of the issue of your backlog, and the task force has been backlogged for months and even years. There needs to be a discussion of what you're going to do and how you're going to do dealing with the backlog, so you can give prompt responses to folks who need your consideration. I'm very concerned also about undocumented procedures. Member Hepner talks about most things not coming to a hearing. I've in the past been very concerned about essentially secret mediations that nobody knows what's the procedure because there's nothing documented. Nobody knows what happens at those procedures because it wasn't reported clearly and accurately for the public. And I think that's very, very problematic when you don't follow your written procedures, which you don't do. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there additional public comment?
Thomas Piccarello. I want to welcome the new task force member to the task force and hope that you get the opportunity to review the packages that you receive before the full committee hearings and that you'll be able to step up and ask questions. I guess tonight is the Board of Supervisors night. You have 10 items against the Board of Supervisors. So I don't think I would concur with Member Hepner that the Sunshine Ordinance is working, at least not with the Board of Supervisors. And so you need to ask, why are there 10 items on your agenda tonight with the Board of Supervisors? Is it because they have contemptuous attitude towards you, or is it your political temerity when you make decisions against the Board of Supervisors that empowers them to continually to violate both open meetings and giving public records when they're requested? What did you achieve in your first item agenda? Nothing. You said Supervisor Breed didn't show up. But did Mr. Petralis get his records? No. Lastly, this is June again, and now we're in the Budget and Finance Committee hearings again. And if you recall, for the last 2 years, you issued orders of determination against Supervisor Farrell for violating the right to speak public comment during Budget and Finance. And yet there's been no indication from Supervisor Farrell this year that he's going to do anything differently than he's done the last 2 years, wherein you found orders of determination in him violating the Sunshine open meeting laws. So you need to ask yourself, when you give orders of determination, how effective are they? And do they deter continual violations by the Board of Supervisors? Thank you.
Thank you. Is there additional public comment?
Hi, my name is Larry Edmond. I live in District 6. I'm actually here for the Police Commission report. But I've never been to the Sunshine or Task meeting here, and I find it very heartening because it's not sunshine here. And the first four speakers, I know that they're great activists in this city, whether we at the library or the Board of Supervisors. And it's something mighty wrong in America today. 80% of Americans don't trust Republicans or Democrats. And, the Brown Act and the Sunshine are things that we think out in the world that people are representing us. And it's kind of heartening to know that it's just that something don't feel right here. So what I would like to say, I know since President Obama's been president, it seems like our country is really divided. I don't know if I'm in China or if I'm in North Korea or sometime in San Francisco. I was here last night till 11:55 at the Board of Supervisors. What a draining moment that was to see justice smashed and not putting policies before people. And I really hope this Sunshine Task Force is doing the work for the people in this country, because when you have a great president like what I think we have, made a big change in the world, sometimes we all need to be reminded and nurtured. So this is what I think my president speaks to me, and I hope this can be something for you to make you feel a little bit better and give you a little bit of vision.
The road ahead will be long. Our climb will be steep. We may not get there in 1 year or even in one term. But America, I have never been more hopeful that I am tonight, that we will get there. I promise you, we as a people will get there. We cannot have a thriving Wall Street while Main Street suffers. To those Americans whose support I have yet to earn, I may not have won your vote tonight, but I hear your voices. I need your help, and I will be your president too. We've proved once more that the true strength of our nation comes not from the might of our arms or the scale of our wealth, but from the enduring power of our ideals: democracy, liberty, opportunity, and unyielding hope.
See, San Francisco has got rid of its Native Americans. African Americans are out. The brown is out. The drunks are out. We want sunshine in our city. Thank you. I hope it informs you.
Thank you. Is there additional public comment? All right. Let's take the next item on the agenda, please.
Madam Chair, I have a request from Eric Marr's office. They have a meeting at 6 o'clock, and they wanted to know if any kind of accommodations can be made for them.
So,
Why?
this is item number 8.
Oh, okay.
Yes. Would you like to state your schedule? Maybe we can move things around or delay your item until later on in the meeting.
Off-site meeting for both offices.
Could you approach the mic, please?
What are both offices? Chair Washburn?
Pardon me?
What items does this?
For our
Number
office,
8.
we have an off-site meeting at 6. So I was wondering if it'd be possible to put in a request to move our 2 offices items up out of order.
Well, if it's at 6, that's in 15 minutes, and you're not going to make it anyway.
Do you have to be at that other meeting at 6 o'clock?
A little bit later, but we need to. I need to represent the supervisor.
I see. This was a recommendation from the complaint committee, number 8. What is the other one?
No.
No.
No. 8 is
It is a new item.
It's a full hearing.
Oh, it is a full hearing.
I think if you've been here at 4 o'clock and asked for that, maybe.
Unfortunately, I don't see how we could possibly hold that hearing in that short amount of time.
Sorry. A request, since Supervisor Breed isn't here, could at least the complaints concerning Supervisor Marr and then Supervisor Campos be heard before those?
That's possible, yeah.
Which item is that?
We will be skipping item 4 and 5 and moving on to item number 6 and 8 directly.
Right.
Through the chair, I think this should have come up at 4 o'clock, and we should have dealt with it at that point. I think this is highly irregular to even entertain these at this point.
Like I said, yeah, this is coming at the very last minute. We simply don't have time to hear that matter, item number 8, in time for you to get to your meeting. So
I recommend it comes back after, and we'll probably still be
if
here.
you want to come back after your off-site meeting.
I think off-site means off-site, away. They're not coming back.
Wow.
Okay, if they're not here, then we will dispense of it as we will when it...
They're all mine. Can I say something?
Yes, please.
I have a real problem with this. If you look in your packet, they did not even respond to these complaints. They didn't send a thing, all 4 of these supervisors didn't send a thing to you, and now they're coming in here and saying, oh, treat us special, even though we have ignored every single requirement of this law. Every one. And now they come in and, oh, well, we want special treatment. Very frankly, if they want to stipulate that, yes, we broke the law, we didn't require we responded on a timely basis, we didn't respond and ask for an extension, we didn't respond by the end of the IDR period or by the regular response period, we didn't reply to the complaint, we didn't reply to the task force. and we're guilty on all facts, then that'd be very easy. They can be out of here in a few minutes.
All right, I am not going to entertain a motion to change the agenda for this item. This is, there's not enough time to hear it. If we hear it now, and you should have asked us before now, you knew about this offsite. So let's move on to the next item on the agenda, item number 4, please.
Item number 4, file number 15060, complaint filed by Michael Petrelis against President London Breed, Board of Supervisors for allegedly violating Administrative Code, Section 67.21 and 67.25 for failure to respond to immediate disclosure requests for public records in a timely and or adequate manner. I believe President Breed's office has indicated that they would not be able to send a representative to tonight's meeting.
All right.
Madam Chair.
Member Pilpel.
3 things. To Victor, how did they indicate that they weren't sending somebody?
Via email.
And we don't have a copy? Okay, anyway, I will make a motion to find jurisdiction. And I also had a question. I probably need a second in a moment.
Second.
Thank you. The cover sheet on page 35 to that item indicates that the city attorney memo is here. Check. The complaint and supporting documents are here. Check. And it says that there's a respondent's response. I was looking for that, and I didn't find it. Was there actually a respondent's response that's not here, or was there no respondent's response along with no respondent?
Page 41.
Page 41. That's actually a response from the supervisor to the complainant, but it wasn't a response to the task force in response to your email of May 4th that's on page 43. This was a response provided to the complainant prior to filing the complaint. Was there a response
This
from
is the only response I have received.
Okay. So could we maybe consider that not a response to the task force because it was pre-complaint?
Right.
And I guess I'm sorry, I'm just a little bugged by this because we do a standard message out to the respondent saying that they have 5 days to provide relevant information and documents, and here we are with nothing. And no respondent, but
And we have no control over what they do.
I understand, but okay.
Okay, at this time
I made a motion and there's a second.
And so at this time, is there any public comment on jurisdiction? Seeing none, without objection.
Chair, through the chair.
Member Fisher.
I know this has happened before. When we've had respondent no-shows, we don't always hear the case. I'm sorry to do this, but I'm a little reluctant to hear this case because I kind of want the respondent here. And I'm sorry to put this undue burden on you, Mr. Petrelis, but what good is it if we only hear one side? I think we should, if I were to say find a violation, say, get your respondent self in here. Because what have we done? I'm trying to go through my little hard drive memory.
Yeah,
what have we done in the past?
Okay, in the past, I think in the past, if it's the complainant doesn't show,
right,
then we continue it.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. That's
We've
right.
exercised discretion. Sometimes we've heard it, sometimes
All right.
we haven't.
I'm violating my own rule of keeping my mouth shut. Let's go on.
So no, we haven't. We don't have a cut and dry.
For the
rule
record,
this.
on the tape, I'm a little annoyed that they're not here.
Well,
yeah.
I think we all are. Yeah, absolutely. So, okay.
Sorry.
This case seems to be fairly cut and dry. They're not here. They haven't. So, the complainant, would you like to move forward with this case?
Yes, and I need clarification as to whether or not there's a motion on the floor.
We've moved to find jurisdiction. That's it.
And
you
that
have
passed.
found jurisdiction. We're moving on to the hearing portion if you wish to proceed to that.
Okay. So the complainant wants to proceed. All right. Looks like, all right.
Let's
Mr.
go.
Petrellis, you have 5
Michael
minutes.
Petrellis again. I filed a immediate disclosure request with the president of the board for her calendar. I can't remember the period of time. This was the subject of another complaint. After a lot of wrangling with Wilson Ang and the clerk of the board, I eventually received, I believe it was 50 pages of the president's calendar printed out. She maintains a Google Calendar. So after I received that calendar, I filed another request for more of her public record, which was up to, after I wanted her public record, her public calendar after February 1st. Now, it was already clearly established that she had a calendar, and she provided it to me, regardless of the law saying supervisors are not required to maintain or release calendars. However, what happened was it was understood this is a public record. She maintained a calendar. She provided it to me. All of a sudden, on Monday, April 27, on page 41 here, I was informed that as of February 1st, Supervisor Breed is not required to keep a calendar. Well, I find it really hard to accept that the president of the board in San Francisco is not maintaining a calendar. And I believe that she is maintaining a calendar. It is on city-funded infrastructure, and she should be turning it over to me.
Thank you. Is there anyone here to offer facts and evidence in support of the complainant? Okay, say none. And once again, is there anyone here from Supervisor Breed's office? Anyone?
Not from Supervisor Breed's office.
Is there anyone here to offer facts and evidence in support of Supervisor Breed's office?
I just wanted to provide a little bit of clarification. There is a little bit of mix-up with item number 9 and the current item. So item number 9 was the previous request that Mr. Petrellis had submitted over to Breed's office, requesting for calendars for the entire year of 2014 up to, January 1st, 2014 to January 31st, 2015, in which that item number 9 has already been addressed by the complaint committee and determined that there was no violation because President Breed had provided those calendars to Mr. Petrellis. However, it wasn't in the requested format, and the complaint committee has determined that that was because of the technical knowledge of that office, in which case the clerk of the board did jump in and provided technical assistance if required. Now, in regards to this particular item, item number 4 that we're addressing, there was a amended request. There was another request, a separate request that Mr. Petrellis had provided to President Breed's office, requesting for February 1st, I believe, through February 1st, 2015 through April 12th, 2015. Now, that's a separate block, in which case I was copied on that communication as well. Connor Johnston responded saying that President Breed has not maintained the calendar since that date forward. Just wanted to make that distinction that these are two separate things. And I did want to remind you guys that on item number 9, we've already addressed this whole issue at the complaint committee already, so we don't just repeat ourselves, in which case there was no violation at that for that first part of it, and we're just addressing the second part of it today.
Right, thanks for the clarification. All right, so the matter is now with the task force for questions. Member Hepner.
If I may. So the distinction is that, the fundamental distinction is that with respect to the matter that was heard at the complaint committee, a calendar was produced. With respect to this complaint, no calendar was produced. With respect to this complaint, President Breed issued a statement that she does not, or she was not required to keep a calendar. I think that there are 2 questions before us here, and I'd like to outline those so that we can move quickly on this. The first question is whether President Breed is obligated to keep a calendar. I'm not sure that we need to discuss that today, and though I have some thoughts on that. But setting that aside for now, the second question is, if President Breed keeps a calendar, is she obligated to disclose it? And does President Breed keep a calendar? And that's a factual inquiry that I'm afraid President Breed's office is not here to respond to. I find it hard to believe that she does not keep a calendar through her office. And if she does keep the calendar, I think she's obligated to disclose it, as she would be obligated to disclose other public records. And I think that is what we should be answering today. If I may, with respect to the first question, that I don't believe we need to decide right now as to whether President Breed is obligated to keep a calendar under the Sunshine Ordinance. I think that it is fair to interpret, and I know we've discussed this a lot, but I think it's fair to interpret the Sunshine Ordinance as requiring supervisors to keep calendars in the course of their business. I don't think we need to decide that, but that's my opinion on that, and I can elaborate. I think the question before us today is whether she keeps a calendar, and if so, was she obligated to disclose it?
Chair Washburn?
Yes, Member Fisher.
I mean, I know the law gets really crazy and gray, and it's almost Talmudic at some point, but I'm going to address through the chair to D.C. Acola. Isn't this a yes or no? Either yes, she has to keep a calendar, or no, she doesn't? That's not rhetorical. I really don't know.
You could interpret 6729-5 however you'd like, but
Yeah,
I mean, it
it's
states the
department
mayor,
heads.
the city attorney, and every department head shall keep or cause to be kept a daily calendar.
So is a supervisor a department head? I mean, we can't be the only people asking
The
this.
president of the board is the head of a policy body.
Ooh, right.
I don't think. I think if you're going to be specific in the definition of a department, I don't think that counts.
If I can elaborate on this question, I hate to bring it back, but I've done a little bit of the other sections of the Sunshine Ordinance where we interpret department head pretty loosely to apply to supervisors. Section 67.22, with respect to release of oral public information, we do treat the term department head to apply to supervisors in that circumstance. With respect to 67.29-7, that's correspondence and records that shall be maintained. We also interpret department heads to include supervisors in that circumstance. I'm not certain why we wouldn't apply the same definition to 67.29-5. I think it's contrary to the spirit of the law to limit the definition of department head to not include supervisors there, and it's inconsistent with our interpretation of department heads in other sections of the Sunshine Ordinance. So that is my argument that supervisors do fall under the definition of department heads under section 67.29-5.
Also, that aside, there is this factual matter that you brought up. Does she have a calendar? If she has a calendar, and it's just inconceivable to me that she doesn't have a calendar, but if she does, then it's a public record and she must disclose it. That part is, I think, pretty cut and dry. And so she was maintaining a calendar until February 1st, and now she's claiming there is no such calendar in any form whatsoever, which is mind-boggling. But there's no one here to address that. So can we agree that that's where we are? Member Fisher?
I appreciate Member Hepner's legal knowledge, because I have very little. My question, the city was incorporated in 1850. This has to be a rule written down somewhere, and I couldn't find it over the past few days either. And so, D.C. Acola, I don't think I quite understood your answer. Is it's subject? It is Talmudic after all, and subject to interpretation. It's not a yes or no.
You read the plain meaning of the text, it doesn't say anything about a supervisor. Member Hepner makes a compelling argument that department heads should be interpreted to include that, but at the same time, I think Supervisor Avalos is trying to pass legislation to say that supervisors should be included in that. So I mean, that's a counterpoint.
Right, and with
if department heads were supervisors, then why would he be pushing through this legislation?
And with that logic, then, work with me on this, with that logic, if Supervisor Avalos is pushing to make it, then it implies to me, and I'm inferring that it doesn't exist right now and that supervisors and presidents of boards are not required to keep a calendar, and we're operating in where we are now and what the laws are now.
Okay, Member Hepner and then Member Pilpel.
Thanks.
I think it is our duty to interpret the Sunshine Ordinance, and that is our obligation in this circumstance. I think it could be just as easily argued that Supervisor Avalos's proposed amendment to this section of the Sunshine Ordinance would be to add clarity. But there is nothing that bars us from interpreting this to further the spirit of the Sunshine Ordinance. And to say that the calendar requirement applies to supervisors as it is written here today. I don't see that it's a counter proposal, that he is proposing clarity through this amendment, and I think that it is just as easily interpreted the way I propose.
Member Pilpel.
Several things. I was starting to agree with Member Hepner, and then he got into this whole thing, so I respectfully disagree, and I want to be very clear about 67.29-5 and what constitutes a department head. The language is very straightforward. The mayor, the city attorney, and every department head. In the absence of a definition of a department head in the ordinance, I think you need to look to the definition of a department head elsewhere in the administrative code. And I'm sorry, I didn't think we were going to get into this, but there is a definition elsewhere. It's in 1.50 or 2A.30 or somewhere else in the admin code. I could find it if I were sitting next to Member Fisher. And it defines a department head generally as being the chief executive of a board or commission created in the charter or a department created elsewhere in the code. So it is clearly an executive person who runs a department. That's the plain meaning. That's the a reasonable interpretation. This section does not include members of the Board of Supervisors. That's, in fact, why the Avalos Amendment is being pursued. It's unfortunate. I think members of the board should have to maintain calendars. I think that's why some of us are in support of that. I don't think, again, with respect, that this task force has consistently interpreted department head in other sections of the ordinance to apply to members of the Board of Supervisors. What's the word? In contradistinction, I think we have not. We have found that Angela Calvillo, the clerk of the Board of Supervisors, is the department head for the Board of Supervisors, has all of the powers and duties of a department head, and anything that applies to a department head applies to her, does not apply to the 11 elected members, for good or bad, or perhaps good and bad. So that's my view on department head and 29-5. I think as to the factual inquiry, again, there's no one here from Supervisor Breed's office, which is frustrating this hearing. So I think we have some options there to either, at a minimum, find another 21E violation or continue the matter. We don't have information in the room or in the record as to whether or not there actually is a calendar, notwithstanding the record that we have that says from their office that Supervisor Breed has not maintained a calendar since that date. So we're in a quagmire. I would rather that there be someone here from Supervisor Breed's office that we could question about this. I think it is reasonable to assume that there is one, but I'm going to have trouble finding a violation there. I'm very frustrated about where we are here procedurally.
Through the chair.
Vice Chair Hyland.
Thank you.
May I just remind the task force that this idea came up through the grand jury. We agreed with that finding. Yeah. It's up to us to interpret, and I would second Member Hepner's comments on that, and I think we should move unified as a body to support that legislation by shining a very bright light on this particular case right here.
Can you elaborate? What was the grand? I vaguely remember this.
It's one of their grand jury recommendations that supervisors should keep calendars.
Well, it's a recommendation.
Right. That we agreed with as a body back when.
And if I can add to that, the grand jury found that some supervisors kept calendars and made them available, and others did not, and it was inconsistent.
All right. Does anyone have any questions, further questions for the complainant? I want to move this along. Okay.
I could.
Yeah, Member Hubner.
Mr. Petrellis, do you have any evidence one way or the other as to whether Supervisor Breed is currently maintaining a calendar without being able to ask them? Do you know whether President Breed is maintaining a calendar?
I do not.
Okay. At this time, do you have any additional remarks?
I would just like to remind you that the complaint committee, I brought the paper copy of what she had previously released to me. It was quite comprehensive and dense of many days with lots of meetings in City Hall and outside of City Hall, and I had to pay $5.80 to obtain it, and then my boyfriend PDF'd it at his work, and that document is now on the web. I wanted to bring sunshine to who she's meeting with, how she is spending her day, and I was really happy to put it on Google Docs. That's where it's posted. I do believe that the current president of the board, has really not adopted an embrace of sunshine. I don't think that she is committed to sunshine. I think that she is looking for every way to get out of complying with sunshine, and I think it is really disgraceful that she cannot send a representative from her office from the second floor to the fourth floor to this meeting. It is very disrespectful to the public, to the spirit of sunshine, and to this task force. And I think that the silence, the absence of someone from her office is telling us that there is a problem in her office with sunshine. Thank you.
Thank you. The matter is now at the task force. Is there a motion?
I would certainly move to find a violation of 67.21 subsection E for failure to send a knowledgeable representative to the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force, and I'll leave it at that for now.
Is there a second?
I'll second that.
Yeah.
Any discussion? You want to hear from the public first? Okay. Is there any public comment on this motion?
Yes, I'm Peter Warfield, Executive Director of Library Users Association. I'm not part of this and haven't followed it closely, but I have listened to the discussion. So certainly I agree with Mr. Petrellis's complaint and particularly his surmise. But I would like to make some clarifying statements with respect to the law. I think we all think that the only way that Supervisor Breed might be able to not actually have a written calendar is perhaps she has an idiot savant, one of those people who can multiply seven-figure numbers by seven-figure numbers in an instant and tell you the result, and that person is the holder of her calendar. But I think that concept is preposterous. So without going into arguments about who is a department head or not, let's look at the issue of who has to keep calendars. 67.29-5 does not say only these people have to keep any calendar. It specifies specifically in a long paragraph what must be the contents of the calendars that are kept by these certain officials. The city The mayor, the city attorney, and every department head shall keep or cause to be kept a daily calendar wherein is recorded the time and place of each meeting or event attended by that official, with the exclusion of purely personal or social events at which no city business is discussed, and they do not, and so on and so forth. And then it goes on, for meetings not otherwise publicly recorded, the calendar shall include a general statement of issues discussed. It talks about the folks who are at such meetings and so on. So there are very specific requirements of the calendars that these city officials keep. Now, maybe there isn't a requirement for other people to keep calendars, but as the chair has pointed out, if there is any kind of a calendar kept, it should be a public record available to the public. So let's look at section 67.29-7. Correspondence and records shall be maintained. The mayor and all department heads shall maintain and preserve in a professional and businesslike manner all documents and correspondence, and so on and so forth. In addition, it seems to me that we can expect anybody in the city who's doing a professional job to maintain reasonable records and not to play games, definitional games about, well, I don't have that kind of a calendar or this kind of a calendar. I don't know who is crossing their fingers behind their back, but it's simply, as it's been said, inconceivable that there would be no actual calendar, and that calendar should and would be available to the public under the law.
Thank you.
Members of the task force. Excuse me, I'm just getting over a cold. Ray Hartz, Director, San Francisco Open Government. Some of the time these things really get into just asinine situations. Somebody keeps a calendar for the president of the commission. Whether she's decided, oh, I'll just have an aide keep it, and then I can say I don't keep a calendar, my aide keeps it. Doesn't change the fact that whoever keeps it, it's a public record. And can any of you imagine being a supervisor in the city and county of San Francisco and not have a calendar of where you're supposed to be and when you're supposed to be there and who you're supposed to meet with? It's ridiculous. I'll give you another example of multiple cases I brought before this task force and gotten orders of determination, 19 of which I have, against the Library Commission. The group, the Friends of the San Francisco Public Library, between 2000 and 2014 expended $70 million raised in the name of the library, and yet City Librarian Luis Herrera, the Library Commission, claim that there are absolutely no communications between those two bodies and this group called the Friends. No requests for money, no requests for anything. They're just nothing, no emails, no letters, no nothing. Now, at what point does somebody say, what do you think I am, dumber than a box of rocks? You're telling me you've had this arrangement with these people for 15 years and there's not one email, not one letter? Even though on some of the public documents you presented at public meetings, it says, as reported by the Friends. I've asked to see those specific documents. I said, if you're going to come before the public and tell the Friends, say the Friends gave a certain amount of money and it was reported by them, let me see the reports. And their answer is, there are no reports. So what are they doing? Are they lying to the public and saying that we got reports from the Friends telling us this money was raised and spent on this? Or are they lying and denying the fact that they did get a report but just don't want to produce it? So at some point, these questions become rather. Actually, they're rewarding the defendants. They're basically saying, if you just decide not to show up, we'll reward you by forcing this person to come back again and again and again. I've come back for 3 hearings in the past because they just decided not to send anybody. The reality is the day they don't send somebody is the day they are tacitly admitting, I don't have a response. I can't send anybody that is going to actually say anything that's going to make any sense, so I just won't send anybody.
It's my understanding that the motion is only that there's a violation by Supervisor Breed not appearing. Is that correct? No other discussion?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. I support that motion, but I encourage the chair to limit public comment only to the matters on the motion. All right, so this discussion about public calendars wasn't concerned on the motion. So you shouldn't allow 3 minutes of discussion of public calendars if Task Force Member Hebner now is pulling away his interpretation of the Sunshine Ordinance and saying that supervisors are department heads. Supervisors are not department heads. The grand jury concluded they are not department heads, and that's why they recommended that the legislation, the Chapter 67, be amended. And that's what Supervisor Avalos is attempting to do. He's attempting to specify that calendars or supervisors need to disclose their public calendars. But at the present time, and when Mr. Petraeus made the request, the IDR, they weren't required to. I hate to defend Supervisor Breed, since she's one of the most unfriendly supervisors that we have. But she's right. She got legal advice from the city attorney, and public calendars are not disclosable by supervisors at the present time. When he made the IDR, she didn't have to turn a calendar over. And if she did one time incorrectly, she's not compelled to deal with it a second time. So I urge you, though, you invite the public to comment on your motions. You need to limit them to discuss what the motion is, so that everybody can get out of here before 10 o'clock. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Larry Edmonds. I ran for mayor in 1989. I only got 8 votes. But I know of things officially. There's something not official what I'm hearing today. It doesn't take a smart scientist to know that something is going wrong. When we have a mayor and now a board of supervisors who really doesn't fight for the people to live in this city.
Excuse me, sir. I give a lot of leeway for people who are commenting, so you need to comment on the motion before us, which is...
I'm leading to the motion by letting you know that when you can sit here and see that we don't have public records of supervisors that you really should have, it all goes back to show a stinky system that affects not only the citizens and the leadership in this city and state and county, but it's definitely something that it's not right. Although this is my first Sunshine task meeting, you know what? There's no sunshine, like I say. To know that this is really what the city and the world doesn't know that's going on in San Francisco. Our president has been here at least 20 times, and the idea that for me being a black American, 54, the president will be 54 August 4th, I'm 3 months older than him, to know that in our city, whether we have officials who look like me or don't look like me, are not doing things that should be doing, and then we have a task force and a mayor that doesn't really make sure that this city is run proper the way Willie Brown and Terrence Hallinan did it. It's a disgrace. It's like, where are we really going in this country? What is really going on? San Francisco leads often the nation and around the world, but when we got dysfunction like this going on, it's not cute. You know what? I often wonder why the Board of Supervisors, no one really goes there now. But just to see these little dirty scandals that we're hearing today about not keeping records, no matter who they are, and then you all cannot coach them or keep them. They can't even come here to the meeting to testify, but yet everyday citizens in this country give their labor, they love, and it's not respected. So, like I said, I come here to go to the police report because I think at this time when black men have been killed in this country, everything's tied together. Are we going to be a great country and be a land and free country for all, or are we really that melting pot? So, we do need joy and pain, but we do know sunshine and rain is part of what we all depend on. So I just want you to know I may not talk politically like you, but I know I am affected by the politics of you all and of this country. Everyone is political gain in this country. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any additional public comment on this motion? All right. Member Pilpel?
So, following the public comment and understanding that the motion would find another 21E violation, can someone help me understand how finding this violation either gets the calendar to Mr. Petrellis or determines that, in fact, there is no calendar and somehow the supervisor magically shows up at her appointments?
We could do the same with this as we did with the previous matter. This is referred to compliance and amendments. And she is asked to bring someone before us. The other,
but we're not finding a substantive violation. That's the problem
To the chair.
I'm having in my head.
Excuse
Somebody
me.
help me.
Vice Chair Hyland.
I think we just have to treat this as it is, as it stands today when the complaint was first registered. My advice to Mr. Petrellis is maybe reissue that IDR after June 9th when the landscape may have changed. That's probably a more efficient way for you to get what you need. I understand it's going to be put to the full Board of Supervisors for a vote, and then if it goes a certain direction, you could probably recast that IDR. That would probably get your information more quickly than us going through committee, because even when it does go through committee, if it's changed at the time that the request was made, that was not an obligation. We still might rule that there was no violation. So that, just thinking out loud, I think we just have to treat this as it was at the time that it was filed and move on.
I understand, and I may vote for the motion. I'm just frustrated that I'm not entirely sure that it gets us what we need. Hey, this just in. Never mind. Thank you for helping me.
Do we have a motion, Chair?
There is a motion to find a 21E violation.
Okay, that's right. Sorry, I'm confused.
I just wanted to say that this may be completely unfeasible, but it was something that I had thought of, and then Peter Warfield brought up. It's the idea of maintaining a professional office, maintaining records. You could argue that having a calendar of, your day is part of having a professional office. It would be a way of
I was looking for a job description actually that specified that for a supervisor, but I wasn't able to find one.
Well, if I may.
So, is that a harebrained idea?
No, but the fact is she may keep a ledger of her appointments over the course of time, but it's not in the format of a calendar. Just saying, maybe she has some manner of keeping track of her appointments and meetings and events that she's attending that is not in a calendar.
And therefore, providing assistance to the requester to provide other records that are responsive, even if in a different format.
I don't think it matters if it's electronic calendar. It could be the old, calendars we used to keep. That would still be disclosable.
It can be a pile of sticky notes, whatever.
Still disclosable.
Okay. Well, and that's the point.
Chair
Maybe there's a
Okay, we're getting.
Yeah, we're getting into the minutia. I think actually Mr. Picarello kind of really summarized it for me. Until the law changes, she's not required to provide a calendar. She did once. It's up on Mr. Petrellis' website. She gave it to him once. She doesn't want to do it again. She's not required by law to do it. Am I close there, DC Acola?
Just because she's not obligated to keep a calendar, according to the
No,
Sunshine
obligated
Ordinance?
to give the calendar. She probably keeps it.
No. She's not obligated to keep one, but if she keeps one and she doesn't have some sort of a relevant privilege to assert in order to not give it up, then she should have to provide it. The issue is we can't prove that she keeps one right now, and she doesn't have anyone here to confirm or deny that she does.
Right.
Okay,
So
then
for the time being, you've got the 6121E violation.
That's it.
Member Pilpel raises an interesting issue that if you just find that, then there's a concern of whether or not you could move forward with the substantive issue of actually getting the calendar if there is one. But maybe the best way to proceed with that is to keep it alive, find the 21E violation, send it to a subcommittee for follow-up, and if substantive information isn't provided at that point, or no one believes the claim that they don't actually have something to provide, probably have to go the route of filing a new complaint and come back when we have a substantive issue and someone to appear on their behalf.
Okay, that's what I was thinking. This is analogous to the first case we heard, where all we found was a
Thank you. That was
67.21E violation, but nonetheless, it's going to compliance and amendments, and Supervisor Reed's office will see that we found a violation. We'll see that we are going to be having a hearing so that we can discuss the substantive issue that we didn't get to discuss here because nobody was here. Does that make sense?
Okay.
Okay, all right. So,
just to clarify, the motion is to find a violation of 67.21E, and the matter will be referred to the Compliance and Amendments Committee with the intention of having a hearing on the subject of the complaint.
yeah, exactly.
Okay. In essence, we're referring it back to committee for additional hearing.
Right, exactly. For a follow-up.
Yes.
For yeah, okay.
And if additional complaints or if additional violations are found, they can refer it back to the full task force for
one thing at a
for
time.
confirmation.
Right, we're keeping this alive. We're not letting it go. Okay, so, Mr. Young, could you call the roll on the motion, please?
On that motion, Wolf absent, Copra absent, Member Pilpil.
With all of that understanding, aye.
Pilpil, aye. Member Hepner.
Aye.
Hepner, aye. Member Haynes.
Aye.
Haynes, aye. Member Fisher.
Aye.
Fisher, aye. Member Hinsey.
Aye.
Hinsey, aye. Vice Chair Hyland.
Aye.
Hyland, aye. Chair Washburn.
Aye.
Washburn, aye. The motion passes. Next on the agenda, file number 15038, complaint filed by Ray Hartz against President London Breed, Board of Supervisors, for allegedly violating Administrative Code Section 67.25 for failure to respond to immediate disclosure requests in a timely and/or complete manner.
If I could address the task force for a moment, the next 4 complaints are all mine, and there are 2 of them which don't need to be heard tonight. One is against David Campos. When I filed these original complaints, there were 5 complaints. And when the supervisor in the 5th complaint complied lately, but did comply, I called Mr. Young and asked that that person's name be removed from the complaint. Then they were split up again, and somehow during that process, David Campos and item number 6 was listed as having a complaint against him, and it is not. It is Supervisor Kim that should be that complainant. So I told the representative, Supervisor Campos, that I had no problem with her leaving. She is a sick child because my complaint against him had been withdrawn. And also there was a request that Supervisor Marr's hearing item number 8 be moved up because the other 2 either don't have representatives here or neither of them has a representative here, I believe.
All right, so let me get this straight. Item number 6.
It's against the wrong person.
Okay, so...
So you want to continue that, and we'll research the paperwork and see how that happened?
We can't have this hearing because
obviously
Supervisor Kim hasn't been noticed. All right, so...
just in regards to that statement, I do have a physical complaint form against Supervisor Campos. It's on page 67. And I do not recall receiving one against Supervisor Kim. If the complainant wishes to file a complaint at this time, I would be happy to accept a new complaint and refer that to the supervisor.
Well, I don't have my emails at home, but I know I withdrew the complaint, and I have some documentation here that actually supports that. So,
Member Pilpel.
So I was going to try to go through these one at a time. I agree with what Victor just said, that if the complainant wants to refile as to Supervisor Kim, that's fine. If the complainant wants to withdraw the complaint against Supervisor Campos, he can do that right now on the record, and then that disposes of item 6. Our items 5, 7, and 8 still live, Mr. Complainant? Yes. Okay. Do you want to dispose of item 6 now?
Yes.
All right, no, there was a question about item number 8.
I believe that is the only, the representative for Supervisor Marr is the only person still currently in the room, and if possible, could we just take item number 8 out of order to allow him to attend his offsite meeting?
He actually, it's a request to continue.
He's sitting right there.
You're still
He's
here?
still here, so if we can address
Okay.
the matter.
Right, this is Mr. Hart's. Yeah, let's go ahead and hear this one now.
Item number 8, file number 15072, complaint filed by Ray Hartz against Supervisor Eric Marr, Board of Supervisors, for allegedly violating Administrative Code Section 67.25 for failure to respond to immediate disclosure request in a timely and/or complete manner.
All right, at this time, we have to determine whether...
Is there a motion to find jurisdiction on this
Jurisdiction?
matter?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
All right, is there any public comment on this motion to find jurisdiction? Say none without objection. So item number 8, let me pull that up.
Would the complainant like to make their presentation?
Yes, I'd like to use the overhead.
By how this one's set up.
Not yet.
It says document camera.
Chris isn't seeing anything yet.
There we go.
Very good. Thank you. Members of the task force, Ray Hartz, Director, San Francisco Open Government. On March 19th, 2015, I sent an immediate disclosure request to all members of the Board of Supervisors, and it was due by the close of business March 20th, which was a Friday, 2015. In addition to calling those offices and notifying them of the IDRs, I went before the Board of Supervisors 3 separate occasions at their Tuesday meeting and said, at the first one, immediate disclosure request filed March 19th. Oops, I take that back. Wrong slide first. I said at the supervisors meeting, Supervisors Tang, Avalos, and Cohen had given me a response, and it was timely. I also said that Supervisor Campos, Yeast, and Wiener, although they had not replied on a timely basis, they had complied, and therefore that was not an issue. I then put this up, and this has been up in front of the Board of Supervisors at their Tuesday meeting during general public comment on at least 3, and I believe maybe 4 occasions, where I mentioned the fact that this IDR came in. It has not been responded to. Now, I have gotten no response to the IDR, no request for an extension, no document saying we're not identifying this as an IDR, it's going to be handled under regular procedure. I got no response to regular. I mean, there has been absolutely nothing. And in addition, when the complaint was filed, they have not even responded to you relating to the complaint. And there is nothing in your folder showing that. Now, the issue really becomes one of at how much are you going to let them stick a finger in not only the complainant's eye, but your eye, by completely ignoring every single policy and procedure relating to an IDR. And that's what they've done. And with, I don't want to get ahead of myself, but with 2 of them not even sending someone here, I can already hear the little, we'll continue this until they can send somebody. Well, hey, basically, when someone says, I'm not going to answer the response at any way to the complainant, I'm not even going to answer the task force when the complainant files the complaint, giving them additional time for their own bad behavior when they don't show up is simply rewarding the bad behavior. Now, the substance of the request was for all information that they or any of their aides reviewed when approving the annual gifts from the Friends of the San Francisco Public Library to the library. Any gift like that has to be approved by the Board of Supervisors. And basically what happened is I've already gone through this many times with you guys. This group, a private group of individuals, raised and expended from 2000 to 2014, $70 million in the name of the San Francisco Public Library and by extension the citizens of San Francisco. And I have spent the last 4.5 years fighting with the city librarian and the library commission to produce any documents whatsoever to show what the library actually got for that $70 million, and they can't, or they won't. I was able to document $5 million by getting a public records request from the Department of Public Works because DPW installed shelving and some other items in certain of the branches, and they were reimbursed by check from the Friends. So out of $70 million, we can count for 5. Everything else is unsupported claims. And I will tell you that at the last Library Commission meeting, their executive director wasn't there because he quit. You know the old expression, you don't want to be in the wrong place when the you-know-what hits the fan? I think at my presence at the Library Commission meeting, along with other members of the public, got Mr. Staub, who was the executive director, making $154,000 a year, to decide it was probably better to get out of the way before all this stuff happened. But what we're talking about here is these supervisors each year approved an annual donation from the Friends to the library, and I believe that they did so without any documentation whatsoever, or anything that would meaningfully show we raised $70 million, and here's how much the library actually got.
Thank you. Is there anyone here to offer facts and evidence in support of the complainant? Okay, excuse me.
Yes.
My name's Sylvia Johnson, and I do support that. Because there's been a lot of things that have been going on that it have nothing to do with, in the manner of, helping the poor people, with the manner of the sickness and suffering going on here.
Thank you.
Nice to see you, by the way. You have not been here in a long time, Ms. Johnson. Welcome back.
I'm Larry Edmond, District 6. I definitely would like to support this grounds because I know these people really make sure our library runs great, these men here today, Mr. Hartz. But also it's very bugging to see that out of 11 supervisors, 4 would not respond, 4 would respond, and then 4 would respond later. But for ones not to have given a response at all, it goes back to know what are we really dealing with in the city and county of San Francisco, and I just think this is relevant. It's very relevant. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any additional speakers with evidence in support of the complainant? Okay, seeing none, the respondent from Supervisor Marr's office, you have 5 minutes to address the task force.
Good evening. My name is Victor Lim, Legislative Aide to Supervisor Eric Marr. In response to Mr. Hartz's complaint filed against our office for failing to respond to his March 19th, 2015 immediate disclosure request, we followed with the issue. The supervisor was not able to respond because he cannot always review his emails on a daily basis due to the huge volume of emails and nature of the supervisor's workload. As a result, our office will set up an automatic response to all incoming emails asking that all requests that require an immediate response should also be sent to one of the legislative aides in our office. Furthermore, upon processing Mr. Hart's request, we did not find any documentations or documents pertaining to his request. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Is there anyone here to offer facts and evidence in support of the respondent? Saying none, the matter's with the task force. Vice Chair Hyland.
Sorry, could I just ask the representative to come back up again?
Mr. Lim.
Mr. Lim, what was your last sentence?
Oh, sorry. So we looked into his request. We looked into any documents that may be related. We could not find anything that we can provide to his request.
Okay, was that emailed to him, that response?
No, not yet.
Not yet?
Not yet.
Okay. So we're, all right. So when, in fact, just continue on that vein, when was this email discovered, this IDR, in Mr. Mars, in Supervisor Mars' inbox?
After we got the complaint from Mr. Young.
Okay. And there's been no communications, no responses at all to Mr. Hart's until tonight? Well...
We apologize, but we're taking action right now.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Member Pilpel.
Okay. Is it me or is it just a weird evening? All right, never mind. So to Mr. Lim, so the request was on March 19th. The notification from the task force that a complaint had been received was sent to your office on March 30th. So it was after that point that you went back, found the email, and did the little search?
Yes, sir.
Do you know approximately when? Was it April, May? Early? Can you give us some time frame on that?
This week.
This week. Okay. So do you acknowledge that you got an email from the task force on March 30th in our packet, page 54?
I would have to double check. I was actually referring to, I think, maybe a notice from Mr. Young approximately several weeks ago, not March.
I believe that would be the notice of hearing sent approximately 2 weeks ago.
Okay.
Okay. So this may be revealing. So emails sent to a member of the Board of Supervisors, whether it says task force complaint, immediate disclosure request, your mother is ill, you may have won $1 million, they may or may not get read, and unless something is sent to like all three aides and the supervisor and maybe
Angela.
Whatever, or Wilson, so he'll call you, no one is should be under any expectation that an email sent to a supervisor is actually going to get read? I mean, is that an
That's not what I'm
implication
saying,
getting?
sir.
Okay.
Yeah. So we have a process of having the staff look over the supervisor's emails.
Okay.
But with the large volume of
Do they get marked as read once they're read, as opposed to unread?
They're marked as read.
Okay. So the email from the complainant, Mr. Hartz, from March 19th, do you know when that was actually read by someone? Was that also just this week?
There's a former staff member that's no longer with our office. It's uncertain whether it was read by me or it may have been read by another colleague of mine.
Okay.
There's no way to track who actually opens an email.
Okay. So when someone opens an email, sees immediate disclosure request, and to Mr. Hartz's credit, it's right there in the subject line, very prominent. It's not like hard to find. Does someone then move that to a tracking log and say, there's a disclosure request, we got to go deal with that? Is that the normal course of events?
Usually.
Did that not happen here?
In this case, it was we failed to do so.
Okay. You talked about bounce back. Do you want to follow up and then I'll come back?
Okay. Vice Chair Hyland.
Through the chair. First of all, thank you for your honesty. We appreciate that. You're facing the music. Man, we get that. My guess is, I'm speaking for myself, we're probably going to find a violation, and it's probably going to get sent to EOTC, and we're going to help educate you as to how to deal with these, whether it's just indexing your emails or whatever it is. But I just want to compliment you on stepping up and facing the music, and I think the tone of the task force at this point should probably be constructive.
Okay.
We've already established that they've failed on certain levels, so
Okay.
I just wanted to throw that in. Okay.
And thank you for the redirect. I get that. So you talked about an automatic reply going out. Was that in place back in March?
We will. We have not put it.
You have not done that yet?
No, sir.
Okay. We talked about that, last month, the month before? Can I have Wilson for a second? Thank you, Victor.
Yes, thank you.
Wilson, we talked about that
Yes.
auto reply.
Yes. So that is an item. That is a matter that's going to be addressed in item 10. A draft was provided over to the Sunshine Task Force Administrator as a follow-up to that item, which was a similar concern that there should be an out-of-office message. It's not included in the packet because I just drafted it and submitted today. I did speak with the clerk of the board. We did find it more appropriate that the message come directly from the task force rather than the clerk of the board as a directive to the supervisors, because we didn't feel like we were necessarily the voice of this task force.
No, you're not, but I think we had asked you to carry that.
And yes,
through
and,
the
and I
clerk.
did. I have drafted the language for submission to the board, to the full board.
Okay, so while we've been talking about this for a couple of months, that auto reply is not in place for all offices.
This complaint did not. I mean, it didn't come at that time.
Okay.
Yeah, you just. It was before the order of determination came out.
Okay. Well, thank you.
But that message is drafted, and it's very clearly written, in which.
So I guess we'll talk about that more when we get to item 10. So
Right.
I'm just about done. If I could just get Victor back for 1 second. I guess my other concern that I was trying to express a moment ago is the communication from the task force on March 30th that just went to your boss, and also apparently didn't get read or responded to.
It depends on what time it was sent. Responsibilities are divvied up, and as I said, it may have been read by a colleague of mine that's no longer in our office at this point.
Okay. Can you take a look at page 54 in the packet? I don't want to dwell on this too much. I just am concerned that things that are important that go to a supervisor's email should be read and dealt with. If they're not important, I don't care. If they're sort of important, if they're from the task force that says, we've got a complaint, please respond in 5 days, I'd like to know that there's something in place that it's going to get read and dealt with. Can somebody, am I way off base here?
No, absolutely not.
Okay, thank you for, usually I am.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. The record will so reflect.
Hanging in there.
A little under the weather. So.
I know. I get extra points for being here.
Yeah. You just stay over there.
We've already lost this one.
Can you help us a little on that?
You mean in response to these procedures here?
Well, or just the fact that this email apparently was sent to your office, and I'm trying to understand if it was read at that time, if it was read since, or if it just went into a folder and maybe it'll get read someday. If you don't know, you can say you don't know. That's cool.
Well, at this point, I would have to look back. I don't know if the supervisor may or may not have read it, or a colleague of mine, or myself, but I'm seeing it right now, so I'm going to take this into full consideration and bring this back as a top priority to our office to address this issue.
Okay, I appreciate that. I'm just thinking to our other Victor. You guys, you're like on the Victor team.
We get our emails mixed up sometimes.
Oh, okay. Hopefully you'll work that out. Maybe when we get a complaint, we should send it not just to the respondent, but if it's the board, to all of their aides, and if it's someone in the department, to more than one person in the department, so that...
Here's a novel thought. Sorry to
know.
interrupt through the chair.
I apologize if I'm off topic.
Okay, Vice Chair Hyland.
Am I off base? Does a supervisor have a custodian of records?
Are you asking? My understanding is that, again, with this department head scheme, that Wilson, who's now out of the room, is the records manager and sort of the custodian person for the Board of Supervisors as a whole. Individual offices sort of operate semi-autonomously, so it's not like Supervisor Breed's staff wanders into Supervisor Marr's office. That doesn't really happen.
So should an IDR include Wilson Ing? I mean, I'm thinking template stuff for us.
Yeah.
For UFTC.
Okay, I don't think we need to solve this right
Okay.
now. I think we need to move on.
Fair enough.
Thank you. This is, so at this time, Mr. Lim, okay, the way this works is you now have 3 minutes to offer a rebuttal,
Chris. Thank you.
taking into account our questions and say your final words here on this matter.
Okay. We thank the commission or the task force for bringing this to the attention of our office. We understand the serious matter of this issue. We will take action, especially in terms of being more careful and responding in a timely manner for all future emails, especially for IDRs. And we do not hope to make this same mistake again in the future. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Hartz?
Fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. I mean, the reality is they have not addressed, 3 times I took the time to go to a Board of Supervisors meeting, sat through hours of boring legislative blather, and waited and got up and said, you all have an IDR and you haven't responded. I listed the people who had responded by name. I listed the people who had not responded. I went back 2 or 3 more times with that list of 4 people who had still not responded, and now they're saying, oh, well, we didn't realize that until this week. As I said earlier, I withdrew one of my complaints because although it was given to me late, I got what I asked for. And I didn't want to put this task force nor the supervisor, that individual supervisor, in the position of having to waste anybody's time dealing with that. But now we have a whole different horse of a different color. We have an office who basically got an IDR. It was very clearly marked IDR, not only in the subject line, but at the top in 24-point letters, and it was listed on the bottom. I went to the Board of Supervisors 3 times and mentioned them by name and said, you've gotten this IDR and I haven't gotten a response. And now they would like you to believe that basically they missed all of that. They missed all of that until this week. Now, I've done this before, especially in the last time Supervisor Farrell was found to have violated the ordinance on the IDR. And that's basically because what they do is they stand there and they act like they're just complete morons. What's the part of the ordinance that says you have to keep orderly records? Well, if you get IDRs and you can't tell me where those IDRs are, or if anybody read them, or who read them, or whether they responded to them and what they responded to them, I don't think that's any indication you're keeping orderly records in any way, shape, manner, or form. And when you have a member of the public go 3 separate times to a public meeting and tell the supervisor to their face, you have an unresponded to IDR from me, how can they possibly come in here with any shred of credibility, let alone self-respect, and say, oh, we just discovered it this week. And, oh, by the way, we still haven't responded, but we will. These folks know their job, and they're not doing them.
Thank you. All right, the matter is back with the task force for a motion. Yeah, I'd like to hear a motion.
Okay. Also move that we find a violation of 67.25. Do we need to find a subsection on failure to timely respond? I guess it's 25A.
Which one, A?
25A. I'm happy to change it if there's some other thing. I think we have a knowledgeable representative. They've acknowledged the failure. I'm not sure what else to do.
Is there a second?
Sorry, what else is listed in the complaint?
That is the complaint. Failure to respond to the IDR.
Also mentioned was, but not in the complaint, was 67.29-7, maintaining correspondence and records in a way that's professional. We've heard testimony tonight suggesting that this is not happening in that office. Things are falling through the cracks.
Someone else wants to make that separately, that's fine. I'm not going to make that motion.
Do I hear a motion to find a violation of 67.29-7?
I can make that motion. I'll follow it.
Is there a second?
Second.
All right. So we have two separate motions.
Did you second mine?
No.
There's no second on the motion for 67.25.
Someone want to?
I'll second it.
Okay.
Okay. So we have two motions before us. Any discussion?
Public comment on the motions?
So is it two public comment sessions?
No, there's
now,
one
or-
public comment on both motions.
Yeah, let's
And
do
on the
that.
whole,
And if you spoke originally, you cannot speak at this time. So if you,
Maybe we release the respondent as he needs to go to another meeting.
sure, yeah.
Thank you.
Stick around for the.
What about housing?
you'll be notified. You'll be notified after the meeting with what
If he
happens.
reads the email.
We'll send it to all the.
Well, there's an irony, isn't it?
We could send it registered mail, or we have to sign for it.
I will walk it down myself.
Okay.
Send it.
Victor's on the Victor team.
So he reads your emails that he gets, but he doesn't read his.
Oh, apparently not. Okay.
Let's move.
All right.
Is the public comment on the two
Yes.
motions?
But now, no public comment on the overall complaint.
No, on the overall complaint,
Yeah,
including the
okay.
two motions.
The motions,
Yeah.
yes.
The whole Megillah as.
Michael Petralis again. The supervisors a number of years ago when the matter was before the public as to whether they'd get new money for AIDS was to handle matters like this. All of the supervisors have 3 paid aides, and they still are not complying. We're talking about 4 paid people in each supervisor's office, and with this complaint in Mar's office, who can't read the emails, and Ray has to go through all that trouble to bring it to their attention. I'm really sensing willful noncompliance here. And this is somewhat related to a complaint of mine a while back with David Campos, where my request was sent to the David Campos email address. He said he hadn't seen it. I have to send it to his staff. If he doesn't have a method in place for reading his emails or having his staff or an intern looking at his emails, that's his problem. But now it's also become a matter where, as a recommendation of this task force, that members of the public will say immediate disclosure request in the subject line. And also the supervisors are putting at the bottom of their automatic responses, if this is a Sunshine or public records request, you might get back in touch with us. Like, the burden keeps coming back to the public to do more in terms of getting the request before someone's eyeballs and someone's eyeballs in a supervisor's office to take action. There's something wrong with this. I'm asking you to support Ray in this complaint. Thank you.
Thank you. Sir, you spoke earlier on the matter.
On the.
You spoke in support of the.
In support of the complainant. Yeah. Thank you.
Is there any other public comment? There being no further public comment on the first motion to find violation of 67.25A, failure to respond to a immediate disclosure request in a timely manner. Member Pilpil.
Aye.
Pilpil, aye. Member Hefner.
Aye.
Hefner, aye. Member Haynes.
Aye.
Haynes, aye. Member Fisher.
Aye.
Fisher, aye. Member Hinsey.
Aye.
Hinsey, aye. Vice Chair Hyland.
Aye.
Hyland, aye. Chair Washburn.
Aye.
Washburn, aye. Members Wolf and Copra are noted absent. The motion passes. On the second motion, to find violation of 67.29-7, Member Pilpil.
No.
Pilpil, no. Member Hebner.
Pass.
Member Haynes.
No.
Haynes, no. Member Fisher.
No.
Fisher, no. Member Hinsey.
Pass.
Vice Chair Hyland.
Aye.
Hyland, aye. Chair Washburn.
Aye.
Washburn, aye. Member Hepner.
Aye.
Hepner, aye. Member Hinsey.
Aye.
Hinsey, aye. The motion fails with Member Wolf and Copra absent.
All right, I'd like this to go to EOTC.
What are your instructions for the committee?
To work with that office to help them develop a system to respond to public records requests, to respond to us, to understand what their job is with regard to the ordinance.
Can you include Wilson Ing in that?
Yeah.
Yeah, Wilsoning as well.
Could I suggest, with particular attention to immediate disclosure requests made by email, and to the extent that we could develop collaboratively a workable process, that the clerk's office be encouraged to disseminate that to all of the members of the board?
Yeah, no, I think that makes sense.
I mean, if we come up with a good plan there, they should all use it.
Right. Also, Mr. Hart should get any records they have about this matter.
I think we heard earlier that they didn't have any
They
records.
said they didn't have any records.
I only discovered that this week. But
Okay, right. Whatever. At this time, do we want to take a break for 10, 15 minutes?
I've lost track. How many cases do we still have?
We have 3 items left. However, there are no respondents present for the remainder of complaints.
So what's left is 5?
5, 6, and 7. Number 6, I believe, will be withdrawn by the complainant.
So we only have 5 and 7. Through the chair, we only have 5 and 7 left?
I believe so.
We have 9 and 10.
And then we'll discuss.
Then those are referrals.
Referrals from the complaint committee, right.
Right, 9 and 10 are referrals back, but we still have to discuss them. Okay.
So
Yeah, let's have a break.
How about a 10-minute break? Come back at 7:15?
Yeah.
Get back to business. The meeting is called back into order at 7:17. Mr. Young, would you call the next item on the agenda, please?
Next item on the agenda is item number 5, file number 15038, complaint filed by Ray Hartz against President London Breed, Board of Supervisors for allegedly violating Administrative Code, Sunshine Ordinance Section 67.25 for failure to respond to an immediate disclosure request in a timely and or complete manner.
All right. Do I hear a motion to find jurisdiction?
So moved.
Second.
Is there any public comment on the motion to find jurisdiction?
Sylvia Johnson, and I do motion that the jurisdiction can relate to a peaceful matter. That there would be a reason for this DI that hasn't been fulfilled, and that there seems like that things have been going undercover and not being explained, to our worldly matter in our republic of doing better things in our whole history and to maintain the regular jurisdiction on this matter. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Larry Edmond. Definitely want to make sure that there is a jurisdiction for what's been filed to hear, because I'm a lot like the president. I'm learning to speak for him and him to speak for me. So I'm definitely saying the jurisdiction I want to hear, and I will just pay a little word.
The road ahead will be long. Our climb.
I'm sorry. Point of order. This is about jurisdiction. That's not on topic.
Well, I figured the jurisdiction is here. I want to make sure.
We as a people will get there.
I hope that this will be something that all people in this jurisdiction will benefit from fair policies.
Excuse me.
You got
So
it. Thank you.
please hear this, and I am witness.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. At this time,
Objection?
without objection, jurisdiction. All right. Moving on. Mr. Hartz.
I would just like to state that the respondent for this item is not present at this time. I did receive an email regarding this matter. It states that the Supervisor Breed's office did not previously see this IDR. However, either way, they do not have any responsive documents to the IDR.
Could we get copies of these late emails in the future?
You should have one on your desk. If not, I can provide another one.
I don't need it right now, but I'm just saying in the future. I believe you.
It came in after packet material, and I did leave
understand.
several items on before you for review.
That's fine, just so that we can have copies and the complainant. Thank you.
Excuse me. I see an email from from Supervisor Farrell's.
Farrell.
Oh, okay. Here it is. All right.
All set?
Yes, Mr. Hartz, please.
Okay.
Proceed.
Ray Hartz, Director of San Francisco Open Government. I'm not going to belabor the point. The facts in this case is exactly the same as the facts in the last case, and I think the violations are exactly the same. Supervisor Breed, as the president of the Board of Supervisors, not only has the responsibility to carry out her own job responsibilities in a careful and considered manner, she has the responsibility to set the tone and example for the rest of the Board of Supervisors. And I think in these 4 cases, you're seeing that that's exactly what she's doing. Basically, we have 4 supervisors who not only did not respond to the IDRs, they didn't make any sort of acknowledgement that I went before the Board of Supervisors 4 times and told them that there was an IDR sitting out there. And I mean, if they got the complaint and didn't respond to the complaint, I mean, how many bad management practices are they allowed to have before someone finally says, wait a minute, do you think we're stupid? Do you think we're really that stupid to think that you, at every juncture of this process, completely missed what was going on? With the previous case, Eric Marr was one of the members of the Budget and Finance Committee, and now he is, as of today, saying he has no documents related to this request, and yet he was the person who recommended to the full Board of Supervisors that they approve the request. And now he's saying, I had absolutely no information about this request. I heard it in a subcommittee of the Board of Supervisors. I knew nothing about it. I had nothing about it. None of my staff had anything about it. And yet I went ahead and approved it. And the question is based on what? And I think all of you know that when they approve something in committee and recommend to the full Board of Supervisors, it's all handled at the very beginning of the Board of Supervisors meeting. And it is all done, and same time, same vote, same motion, or however they focus it. Now, in this particular case, Supervisor Breed, again, is the president of the board. And not only did she not think enough to respond, have her office respond to me, she didn't think enough to have a response to you, didn't think enough to send somebody to this meeting for this complaint or any others. And basically, very frankly, I would be wondering what it is exactly she's saying to you. I would also raise another ancillary issue in that the Board of Supervisors controls your budget. And all of these people that come before you on continuous basis saying we don't have the resources to respond appropriately to sunshine are basically telling you that the Board of Supervisors is failing to give them the support they need to support you. I don't know how many different ways they can send you the message, we don't respect what you do, than they have. In these particular case, it's like having a royal flush. I get no response, no acknowledgement. All these two people had to do by their own admission tonight was send me a letter saying we have nothing responsive. We wouldn't be here, they wouldn't have to come, and yet all of a sudden, somehow, they're exonerated because tonight they produce a letter dated today giving some sort of a half-assed, excuse my French, but half-assed attempt at negotiation. But the bottom line is, like it or not, they didn't obey the law. They didn't respond on a timely basis. They didn't respond at all. And if you want to, again, reward them by saying because they said tonight we don't have anything responsive, that they're off the hook for all of the rest of it, I guess you're going to do that. But I think at some point you have to hold them responsible not just for one particular little thing, but for their whole handling of it. One of the things that you have a problem with is getting enforcement from the Ethics Commission. And the Ethics Commission is really going to look at the fact that these are sent to them, and basically the people involved, the respondents, ignore the law completely, from beginning to end, from the request to the final response. They still have not met the requirement of the law. They came in tonight and said, we have no responsive documents. That's not in compliance with the ordinance.
Thank you. The matter is now with the task force for questions. Member Pilpel.
Support.
Oh, are there any speakers in support of offering evidence in support of the complainant?
Yes, Lang Larry Edmond, I do. Because, I think when I heard of the sunshine, it was when former President Tommy Aminama was here. I heard good things about the sunshine.
Sir. Do you have evidence supporting his actual claim?
Yeah, the evidence, if you let me finish, is that the former president of the board, he did great things in getting back to the people and starting a rainy day fund. But from what I'm understanding today, is our president, which is London Breed, who's just like me. If she's not getting back to people in a timely manner, it would destroy why so many of us African Americans dealing with housing and discrimination in this city. We don't have anyone here at City Hall who really hear us and really just take in matters. So
Sir, I appreciate your concerns, but this is really more of general public comment than actually offering facts in support of his particular claim.
The facts is, if you let me finish, is that her job should have been able to get back to people. We know that if the board of president or supervisor are not getting back to these people on their emails, then I have a right to be here to tell you. I've been here 25 years, and I think you may be a new person here, doing your job like the book trained you. But we're talking about our lives in this city, and I don't think some of you may not get that we can always add what's going on in our lives to what goes on in politics because they're connected. So I have a right in a First Amendment to say how to connect things in my life. It meant not in your life. You may have been privileged to have things connected your way, but this is really strange why no one really believes in the BO as Board of Supervisor, because we do have leaders there who are not taking care of business for all of us and themselves, not just to get a job to go further after those 8 terms. So I know what I'm hearing tonight is part of the wellness that I need to know why things are in our city the way they are, because we have people who
thank you. Thank you very much. We need to move on with the hearing. Thank you. All right. The matter is now with the task force for questions.
So,
Member Pilpel.
So, the email, Victor, the email that you shared with us, did a copy of that go to Mr. Hartz? No.
I do not believe so.
Did you happen to forward it to Mr. Hartz?
I did not forward any emails received from that late date.
Okay, so again, it's a bit off topic, but can we really have a practice that when something comes in after the packet, that we either send it to all other parties or at a minimum have copies for the task force and copies for the public and all of that here so that it's not like some late thing that comes in through the back door? I mean, nothing against you. Anyway. Perhaps Mr. Hartz would have benefited by having seen it 5 days ago. I don't know. I think we're headed to another both 21E and 25A violation. I certainly don't want to give the supervisor or any public official, responsible person, a free pass by not being here. I think that's a bad idea. I find it more difficult when there's a factual dispute or we don't know, but in this case, they have advised that there were no responsive documents, but they didn't do so on a timely basis. So I think that's pretty clear. Before I wrap up, can I just ask Mr. Hartz a question? I too think that it is unlikely, but could you countenance the idea that perhaps members of the board, perhaps members even of the Budget and Finance Committee, don't have any other documents besides what's put in the packet, and they simply rely on representations made by the library or others that the money's raised, blah, 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 and that they really have no other responsive documents?
You answered your own question.
I'm asking if you...
No. Well, you answered your own question. You're saying, is it reasonable to assume they have no documents?
And is it possible? Not.
I say no, because then you immediately followed on with, they just went with what they got from the library. Well, if they got something from the library, that's a responsive document. They're basically saying, we approved a $320,000 gift to this public library, and neither I nor any of my staff looked at anything. Nothing.
With respect,
they say they have no responsive documents, and if you look at the request, it's for all documents you and or your staff reviewed when deciding how to vote on this. And they're basically saying there are no responsive documents, which to me says there was nothing we reviewed.
I'm not sure that I interpret it in that way. I might interpret it that they got documents before and for the meeting.
No, where are those?
That they didn't choose to retain them because the clerk of the board retains those records, and they don't decide to keep piles and piles of agendas.
But see, you're making all the assumptions.
Right, which is why I'm trying to.
What I'm saying is, I think it's ridiculous that I, as a member of the Board of Supervisors or a subcommittee of the Board of Supervisors, would vote to have the full Board of Supervisors approve an item without anybody on my staff having ever looked at any documents relating to that matter.
Okay, I hear that. I got it. Thank you.
I have a question, Mr. Hartz. Okay, you sent this same IDR to every single member of the Board of Supervisors.
Yes.
You heard immediately from several of them and late from the rest of them. Did any of them give you anything at all other than saying we have no responsive documents?
The 6 that I went before the full Board of Supervisors and said that they responded gave me documents. But if you look at the documents, they were mostly public relations releases from the Friends about programs that they sponsored. There was nothing of substance about the annual gifts, which up till this year have been $375,000. So I think really what's happening is they may be very truthful. They may say, I have nothing. So it's basically, I voted to tell the full board to approve something that I knew nothing about. Absolutely nothing.
And that's rather shocking, but it could be true.
It could be true, and I think if it is true, the public needs to be aware of the fact that that's how they do business. We approve stuff without even knowing what the hell we're approving.
All right. So, do I hear a motion?
I think we do rebuttal first.
Oh, rebuttal. Sorry. Mr. Hartz.
Another rebuttal.
Yes. I rebut my rebuttal and whatever. I think most of you know by now that I'm not an ill-willed person. I've tried to set that example, and I've made it very clear that when I ask for documents, I want documents. And in this particular case, I requested documents of people. Some of them gave them to me late. I dropped the complaints. I made the offer to the Library Commission that if they would change one of the habits of a complaint coming up and tell me that they were going to continue to do it in the improved way, that I would call the next day to Mr. Young and tell them to withdraw the complaint. And it was just silence. It's different. I've spent years now learning the Sunshine Ordinance and all of its ramifications and dealing with all the intricacies of the hearings and stuff. And for most people, they can't handle it. For most citizens, they just fall by the way. And I do this because it's unreasonable. It is unreasonable that a supervisor in this city has staff who doesn't know how to handle sunshine matters. That they will use an excuse like, we get so many emails. Well, the reality is, if you get so many emails, that's your job, is to deal with them and not to deal with the ones that you want to deal with and ignore the other ones, or use the fact that you get a lot of emails to excuse the fact that you did a bad job on some of them. But that's what they continue to come in here and do. And then to add insult to injury, to send an email the very day of the hearing saying we won't be there, and oh, by the way, we don't have anything, still is not a response to my IDR. I still have not received a response to the IDR. You have, apparently, but I haven't. And the law specifically says I'm the one person, if anybody should get a response, that should have one. And I appreciate Mr. Pilpel saying, yes, it might be helpful. I've mentioned this before. I, on occasion, have attempted to have documents introduced 2 or 3 days before a hearing and was told, no, our rules will not allow additions beyond a certain date. And yet it seems like the Board of Supervisors can send it the very afternoon of the hearing and have it considered without anybody questioning, gee, that doesn't seem very kosher to me. I mean, you could have responded to this any time in this process. And I even, one of the appearances before the Board of Supervisors, I told them that 2 of the supervisors who originally had complaints against them had had them dropped because they responded. How much more clear could I have been?
Thank you. All right, now the matter's with us for a motion. Member Pilpel.
So I'll skip over describing the laws of kosher tonight, but I could do that another time. I will make a motion to find a violation of 67.21E and 67.25A.
Second.
25A.
Failure to respond to an IDR.
Yeah,
And then E?
no response to the IDR, and 21E. I'm not persuaded by the email. I think somebody should have been here. You know. We'll talk at some point about whether or not you can call it in, but you need to show up.
Or text it. You could just text it. We don't have anything.
I think it's an awful precedent to allow people to chime in like that, in that manner. I'm actually distressed because I just saw this email that pertaining to item number 5 that is additional evidence that not only were they provided notice on our end, from our end, it went out, but they actually received the notice and then decided not to send anybody here and provide no excuse. I think it's really, really awful. I think it shows a disdain and contempt for this body's work that I don't think is indicative of the standards that the president of the Board of Supervisors should hold, and it's a bad example for every department head in the city, for the other supervisors. It's really, really, really deeply troubling to me.
I agree. They completely screwed up at every single point with complete and utter disregard for what we're doing here. Member Pilpel.
I'm not sure that I need to pile on much more, but I suspect that if any member of the Board of Supervisors called a hearing and requested a department to show up or provide information and they blew off the supervisors in this way, the supervisors would be not pleased. Anyway, my motion stands. Do you want to hear about kosher? No, never mind.
Would you like to take comment on the motion?
Is there any public comment on the motion? And it must be directed directly to the motion.
Directly
Sir,
to the
please.
motion. So I will speak directly to the motion.
Oh, wait.
Yeah, he spoke in support.
You've already spoken on the matter.
So you're no longer part of the public.
right. You can't
So unfortunately, you
That's
can't.
right.
talk
I'm
about-
sorry.
One or
Okay.
the
Sorry.
other.
There will be other times to speak on other motions.
On other things, on other things.
I'm here to do that. I'm trying to find out what the sunshine offered us.
All right.
Is there any other public comment on the motion?
She also.
I think she also.
She didn't on
she
this
did
one.
not.
Okay, okay.
On jurisdiction.
Hello, I'm Stephanie Johnson, and I think this needs to be thought as bookwork and library in peace and harmony, that they haven't, put this on campus for, to realize, what the world is going to in this matter, that they do need to, read up on a lot of this FX. I think that's one of our main problems here is FX submissions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Number we on? 'Cause I don't really-
We're on item number
Five.
five.
5B.
On the motion, Wolf, absent. Copra, absent. Member Pilpil.
Aye.
Pilpil, aye. Member Hepner.
Aye.
Hepner, aye. Member Haynes.
Aye.
Haynes, aye. Member Fisher.
Aye.
Fisher, aye. Member Hinsey.
Aye.
Hinsey, aye. Vice Chair Hyland.
Aye.
Hyland, aye. Chair Washburn.
Aye.
Washburn, aye. The motion passes. Next on the agenda, item
Oh,
number...
we have to figure out where to,
Oh,
what to do
my
about this.
apologies.
EOT with the other one? We're going to send all of them there?
Well, this could, to go to EOT, but this one has got more problems
I
than
agree.
Straight to compliance.
maybe.
We're sending all the rest of Supervisor Breed's to compliance. I'm happy to entertain them.
Yeah, why don't we send hers to compliance?
Any specific instructions?
Show up. Sorry. That was my turn.
Maybe we should do one of those. You know how the police commission goes all over the city and has their meetings in different places? Maybe compliance and amendments should start having meetings in the supervisors' offices. And then we'll know that they'll show up through the chair.
I believe we can give them the same instructions to work to develop a system to respond to the request and to comply with the original request.
Could I?
I think it's to comply with the original request. They just sent a very brief email saying we don't have any responsive records. Well, we'd like to talk with them about that very thing to see what there is there. And if it seems, if their office is working in a way that they can't find anything, they have no procedures, we can also send them to EOT, to get, because we'll be.
Yeah, that's fine.
But I think, this Supervisor Breed's office, this is a whole different level here. Like we said, this was mishandled from the very beginning, clear up through this afternoon.
Could I?
Member Pilpel.
Could I suggest that we add to that and actually to the previous MAR referral? Crazy idea, but maybe even if it's late if an office finds that they have no responsive documents, rather than just telling us or sending an email to Victor, that we would request that they, I don't know, inform the complainant or the underlying requester as soon as they make that determination, not wait? Is that crazy? Is that?
Maybe we can bring that up at the committee level.
Yeah, I mean,
Right.
it's kind of the better late than never, and I feel like in some cases it's never, and I'd rather have late if that's the choice.
Well, that would be a matter to be brought up at the EOTC.
Okay, fair enough.
Part of the procedure they're going to develop to tighten up their operations.
Next on the agenda, file number 15070, complaint filed by Ray Hartz against David Campos. I believe the complainant wishes to withdraw this matter. Can I confirm that?
Yes, that was an error, and I do withdraw that complaint.
Moving on the agenda, item number 7, file number 15071, complaint filed by Ray Hartz against Supervisor Mark Farrell, Board of Supervisors for allegedly violating Administrative Code Section 67.25 for failure to respond to a media disclosure request in a timely and/or complete manner. We have received correspondence today regarding this matter. The respondent is not present and unable to send a representative today.
All right.
Mr. Hartz get a copy of this letter?
I provided a copy to him.
Excellent. Thank you.
All right. Do I have a motion to find jurisdiction?
So moved.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Is there any public comment on the motion to find jurisdiction for item number 7?
Only on jurisdiction.
I'm learning. I get it. I'm definitely here for that this jurisdiction of this complaint should be taken serious and it should be heard and filed. Thank you. Edmund Larry.
Thank you, sir.
I'm Sylvia Johnson, and I, practiced up on a lot of law cases and went to school in mathematics and reading progresses, and I've been able to spell words a little better than I was. But I think this is really hazardous, and it needs to be, put into a serious manner because everything's gotten really bad, and it's not really getting better. And I think this has improved their thinking on this case that has been brought out to mislead and distract and let everything on straight. And this is reason.
Thank you. Without objection, find jurisdiction. Okay, at this time, Mr. Hartz, you have 5 minutes.
Members of the task force, Ray Hartz, Director, San Francisco Open Government, and I guess I could just go ahead and repeat all the facts all over again. They're exactly the same, except with a couple of extenuating circumstances. One is that a month and a half ago, this board found Supervisor Farrell in violation of the same section of the ordinance for failure to respond to an immediate disclosure request that was previously sent to his office. The letter that he sent today in response that you all have gotten a copy of basically is just really verbatim the same kind of justification or rationalization or whatever you want to call it that he gave the last time. And in fact, there's an old expression, give them enough rope and they hang themselves. If you look at the second paragraph of that letter, it says on Monday, May 18th, 2015, this office received an email from Victor Young, et cetera, et cetera. Well, so obviously they're admitting they were notified of this IDR on May 18th. And then in the next paragraph, he goes down to say, my legislative aides, Catherine Stefani, immediately looked at the ID request and asked me if I had received it. She looked through her email and determined the request was never sent to her, despite publicly asking Mr. Hartz at her last SOTF appearance to copy her on all IDR requests. Well, very frankly, Mr. Hartz is not a dumb bunny, and Mr. Hartz did send a copy of her, an email to her as a CC. Actually, if you look in your packet on page 89, there is a letter there dated 5/18, which basically says, if you read the addressees, one of them is Ms. Stefani. So also, in addition to the letter from Mr. Young, Ms. Stefani got a copy of the letter then. So what's their excuse from the 18th on? I went in on the 20th, the 27th, and one other day, went before the Board of Supervisors. Supervisor Farrell was there at every occasion, and I said, I sent in an IDR, I haven't gotten a response, what are you trying to hide? Now, I don't know whether he is like the three monkeys, you know, hear no evil, speak no evil, see no evil, and I've got something shoved in every one of those orifices, and so do all of my staff, but that's the way it comes across to me. And I will tell you one thing, too. The case where he was found in violation for withholding public records was sent to EOT. There has still not been a hearing, and I have yet to receive one single document from that prior request. Even though at the hearing there was introduced a 160-page document from the controller to Supervisor Farrell's office covering the very matter that we were there to do, and his aide went dancing around with this, I don't know, I didn't see that particular memo. Well, the bottom line is Supervisor Farrell was the chair of Budget and Finance on at least 3 of these occasions, and so basically is he again saying neither I nor any of my staff ever reviewed any single thing. Now, here's the kicker. How did it get on the agenda if the person who sets the agenda didn't ever see a copy of it? If none of his staff ever saw a copy of it, if they never saw anything from the library. I put in a request to Supervisor Christensen relating to another request by the Friends to donate $580,000 to what they called the Mix, which is a teen center they've built in the main public library. And Supervisor Christensen replied very promptly. I got it by the deadline for the IDR, and there were letters in there from the Friends of the Library to the library telling them what the gift was, what it was for, specifically how it was broken down, $180,000 for architectural support and $300,000 for physical FFE, fixtures, funds, and something else.
Equipment.
Yes, thank you. So basically, you know, it's sort of like they want you to believe we have all these things going on, passing millions of dollars between the Friends, the library, and getting approved by the Board of Supervisors, and yet none of us has any documents relating to it. Nothing. And even though I, as the member of the chair of the Budget and Finance, know that we're recommending to the full board to approve this, and they will do it automatically, I'm also admitting that I never knew what I was voting on.
All right, the matters with the task force for questions for Mr. Hartz. Member Pilpil.
I'll keep it short. To Mr. Hartz, can you just take a quick look at page 86 of the packet?
Okay.
All right, so you were referring to page 89, so it looks to me like the email on page 89 was originated, that then resulted in the email from Ms. Stefani to Supervisor Farrell. Did you respond? I have no documents. And then from Ms. Stefani to Victor. So it's in the packet, and that then, I guess, was further captured in their letter dated today.
Correct.
I assume that you're not disagreeing. In the letter dated today, the penultimate paragraph after being alerted, blah, 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 I determined that I did not have any documents responsive to the request, and my office informed Mr. Young via email. Well, that's true. What they're neglecting to say is that they didn't notify you by email, by mail, by carrier pigeon, by any, even though they knew that 2 weeks ago. So that might have been helpful. Had you gotten that 2 weeks ago, you might have said, whatever. In any event, they knew that then, and they could have just as easily notified you as notified Victor.
In all of these complaints, it's exactly the same scenario, and you're exactly right. Had they responded in any way, including telling me we have no responsive documents, I'll be honest with you, I wouldn't have believed them, but they had responded. And that's what I'm saying. They didn't respond at any point. They could have very easily, the next day after my IDR, sent me a thing saying we have no responsive documents. They could have asked for an extension. They could have done dozens of things, and they did nothing until this very day.
I'm good. Thank you.
And I'll be honest with you, you're talking about wasting time. I think all three of the hearings we actually did have on this matter were all a perfect waste of time, due solely to the respondent's failure to act properly.
Well, we have not taken support.
Oh, right. Are there any facts and evidence in support of the complainant? Okay, seeing none. Any further questions from the
public?
Not yet, sir. So any... Okay.
Why don't we do rebuttal and then I'll make a motion.
Rebuttal, okay. Mr. Hartz, would you want anything further?
I sincerely hope that no one will make an effort to use the recording of tonight's meetings to indicate to any health care professionals that I'm schizophrenic or anything.
Both of you?
Yeah, both of me.
Sorry.
Either one of me.
Okay.
The reality is, citizens of this city have to know their rights under the law, and unfortunately, most of them do not, and most of them get frustrated when they do find them out and are unable to get any sort of an assistance in getting their matter taken care of. And I bring these things to the board of to this task force primarily because I know if the Board of Supervisors is doing this to me, they're doing it to other people. Other people who don't know the rights under the law, don't know how to enforce those or move forward on a complaint. And the bottom line here is the insult. I mean, this is nothing but a spit in the eye, not only to me, but to the task force. We don't even have enough courtesy when we receive a complaint in the middle of May to respond to the complaint, to even acknowledge it, let alone respond to it. And one of the previous, in the previous cases, one of the gentlemen was reading that idea about, the whole section about having to respond within 5 days. I mean, really, do we have aides to our supervisors who are so inept that they have absolutely no idea what their requirements are under the law, and further, so inept that when they come to something they don't understand, they don't go look it up? Sending things to EOT is something that I'm very familiar with in the sense that I was in education for many years. I taught for 14 years for the University of Hawaii. I taught for the United States Navy for 6 years. I taught in my own business for another dozen years. And one of the things I would always say to people when we started a class was, how many of you people were told to be here? And about half of them would raise their hands, and I said, well, let's look at it this way. You can do two things. You can say, I was told to be here, and I'm going to teach them a lesson. I won't learn anything. In which you really haven't punished them, you've just punished yourself and wasted your own time. Or you can simply say, well, bottom line is I'm here. I might as well see if I can get anything out of it. And it's the same thing with these hearings. This will make number 22 for me as far as orders of determination, and it's fun to go before a body and simply say, look at you folks. You can't do the simple functions of your own job. Respect is something you earn, not something that's given.
Thank you. All right, the matter's back with the task force.
I'll make a motion again.
Member Pilpel.
I'll repeat the same motion from the last item. Find a violation of 67.21E and 67.25A, failure to appear, and no response to an IDR.
Second.
Any discussion amongst us? Is there any public comment on the motion to find violation of 67.25A and 67.21E?
That would be number 7, correct?
Yes, it is.
7B.
Yes, I do look at this as democracy and justice, for liberty. That I don't think that they really had thought about this matter and this justice in the world that works on, many pleasures of what life is in our human society with health history, but that we need to be concerned in this matter because it's going to destruction, not just poverty, and we don't need none of this remarks in this, kind of way of putting everything in a world. Thank you.
Hi, Larry Edmond. I do support this item, number 7. And I support Mr. Hart in bringing forth something that ordinary citizens should take advantage of in this ordinary country. Oftentimes, we are not a country whereas people do not know our history, our policies. It is nice to know that this Sunshine Ordinance, that you all are here and that you need people to come here and participate in this system of justice in this country and city and state. And so tonight, this is going to be a beginning that I will have to have more sunshine in my life. I'll find out exactly how you all operate. I know how the Board of Supervisors operate. I know how the public library operate. I know how the police commission, but so many of us do not know what the Sunshine in the Brown Act job is to assist us in making this a better place to live in this country. So thanks to Mr. Hart and all the people who keep you all working and keep you busy. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't know what you call the question, please.
On the motion, Wolf absent, Copra absent. Member Pilpil.
Aye.
Pilpil, aye. Member Hepner.
Aye.
Hepner, aye. Member Haynes.
Aye.
Haynes, aye. Member Fisher.
Aye.
Fisher, aye. Member Hensy.
Aye.
Hensy, aye. Vice Chair Hyland.
Aye.
Hyland, aye. Chair Washburn.
Aye.
Washburn, aye. The motion passes.
I think we should do as we did with item number 5. This should go to compliance and amendments with the instruction to respond directly to the complainant, address his IDR.
Same directions, basically.
Same directions, yeah. I don't know, did we say for number 5 that we wanted a response to Mr. Hart's?
We could say that.
We did say that.
I mean, we could.
We could,
I will make sure that's included.
because that gives them something to comply with.
Right.
And we'll do the same for item 8, I would suggest.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah, we sent item 8, we didn't
We sent item 8 to EOT.
EOT.
But they should, I'm suggesting that they be the same instructions for all 3, even though 2 are going to one place and 1's going
Right.
to the other. But it's the same basic.
Yes.
All right.
Next on the agenda,
Item
item number 9. File number 15022, complaint filed by Michael Petrellis against President London Breed, Board of Supervisors, for allegedly violating Administrative Code Section 67.21L for failure to make records available in any form requested which is easily generated. The complaint committee determined that the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force has jurisdiction and recommends that the task force conclude the matter as no violation of the Sunshine Ordinance has occurred.
Oh, that was the complaint committee.
This is a recommendation from the complaint committee.
So which complaint committee was this? Was us?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
So then we can just vote on it now and go to the next one?
We can, yeah.
Do you want to make a motion?
I think we should hear, I think Member Hapner should just quickly fill us in.
And very briefly, thank you, Member Fisher.
Through the chair, tell us all about it.
Very briefly, this was Michael Petrellis had requested the calendars, the public calendars of President Breed, and there was some confusion about the format in which those were to be produced. They were ultimately produced to the complainant, and there was an agreement that it had all been satisfied.
$5.80.
At a cost of $5.80, there was, right, and there was going to be follow-up about what format they were going to be produced in. Subsequently, of course, President Breed has stopped maintaining a calendar in her office altogether, which is shocking to me. But at this time, when she did maintain a calendar, she produced it to the complainant, and all was satisfied.
Did we want to take a motion?
Yes. Do we have a motion to accept the recommendation of the complaint committee that we find no violation?
So moved.
Oh, second.
All right. Any?
Is there any public comment on the matter? No.
This is item number 9.
9, yes. I knew Mr. Mike Petrellis. I think he's a great guy, and I know if there is something that's a smoke in Denmark, I know Mr. Petrellis would be good for that. So I think I support him in filing this and finding out why there's no calendar, because calendars generally tell us history, and history is part of who we are. Our story, his story, her story. So we should always have, like I say, history, and we should know where you're at. I think the emails of Hillary Clinton is going to turn out to be how important events and calendars of time of what we're doing and who we're serving is important. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Selma Johnson, and I think Mr. Hartz has a very wide point on this matter. And I do think that the calendars are very important, so the doctors are very important. That we are, in Germany, they're disrespecting all the presidents that we had in this world. And I think that this is one of those marks that the bridge, the wall, that Germany needs to be reminded of. And they shouldn't excuse that lady. And because she represented the nature, and I don't think they realized that. And liberty with the cure is one of the ways that we can find better ways of conquering this matter with the calendars and our success in the world. Because putting this off is really, everything's gone astray and not put it in a matter of protests.
Okay, so on the matter, number 9, would you call the roll, please?
On the call the roll, Wolf absent, Copra absent.
Sorry, what, is the motion to accept? Okay,
yes.
so then yes means accept.
Yes.
Okay.
Wolf absent, Copra absent, Member Pelpel.
Aye.
Pilpel, aye. Member Hepner.
Aye.
Hepner, aye. Member Haynes.
Aye.
Haynes, aye. Member Fisher.
Aye.
Fisher, aye. Member Hensy.
Aye.
Hensy, aye. Vice Chair Hyland.
Aye.
Hyland, aye. Chair Washburn.
Aye.
Washburn, aye. Next on the agenda, item number 10, file number 15033, complaint filed by Michael Petrellis against Supervisor David Campos, Board of Supervisors for allegedly violating Administrative Code Section 67.25 for failure to respond to a immediate disclosure request in a timely and/or complete manner. The complaint committee determined that the task force has jurisdiction and recommends that the task force conclude the matter as no violation of the Sunshine Ordinance has occurred. I do have 2 comments regarding the matter. I believe that it was determined at the complaint committee that it is a requirement for IDR to actually state the words immediate disclosure request in the title in order for it to be a valid IDR. And since that did not occur, no violation, it was determined that no violation occurred. In addition to the instruction provided to Wilson Ng, I do have a email from him. I believe you do have a copy. There was an instruction that the clerk of the board send certain language to members of the Board of Supervisors with recommendations. However, upon review by the clerk of the board, she has suggested that that advice letter come from the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force itself, as it is our advice and not the clerk of the board's advice.
Where is that subject email? I don't think that's in our packet.
I believe I left it on top of your desk.
No.
Which email? This is an email from whom?
This is from Wilson Ng to myself regarding follow-up to the notice to supervisors.
Do you have another copy of it?
I have
Yeah, we didn't get.
Peter Johns, I have Connor, I have Nick.
Do you have another copy, Megan?
You're done.
I just distribute all I
You're
had.
done? I'll share with my neighbor.
All right, once again, we'll get more copies next time, right? I think a motion would be in order to accept the recommendation, and then the question is, how do we make our advice to members of the board known? Do we authorize it tonight, or do we prepare a letter and come back?
I think we should put this on the agenda for next time.
Okay.
I will draft a letter as requested and bring it to the board for approval at the next meeting.
Okay.
Is there a second to Member Pilpel's motion to accept the?
I didn't know that I made a motion, but I guess I did, so there you go.
Second.
How about Member Haynes? Doesn't Member Haynes want to second a motion? Hey, there you go.
You can have it.
The motion to accept the recommendation of the complaint committee was moved by Member Pilpel and seconded by Member Haynes. Is there any comment regarding this motion? There being no public comment on that motion, Member Wolf, absent. Member Copra, absent. Member Pilpel.
Aye.
Pilpel, aye. Member Hepner.
Aye.
Hepner, aye. Member Haynes.
Aye.
Haynes, aye. Member Fisher.
Aye.
Fisher, aye. Member Hensy.
Aye.
Hensy, aye. Vice Chair Hyland.
Aye.
Hyland, aye. Chair Washburn.
Aye.
Washburn, aye. The motion passes. Next on the agenda,
Can I
item
just
number.
Sorry, can I just make one quick comment to follow up on this? We'll talk about the letter next time. One of the questions I was going to ask Wilson if he had come back is if immediate disclosure requests really are the magic words, and I think we've made clear that they are, is there some way that an email box can at least be automated to the point of flagging that with some funny color so that whenever that's checked, it's like, oh, I really need to respond to that because it's an immediate disclosure request. Anyway, maybe next month we can have Wilson back and address that. Thank you.
Next on the agenda, item number 11, file number 14030, amendments to the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force bylaws and/or complaint procedures. I provided 2 versions of the complaint procedures to you, one with one clean copy with no underlining, and one amended version with all the proposed changes underlined. And I believe on page I believe on the version that is underlined is marked as draft marked 31115 on the top of each page. And on page 191, I list other issues that should be discussed by the committee eventually.
So, Madam Chair?
Member Pilpel?
So I read through this, and unfortunately, I think it needs a little more drafting. What I was going to suggest tonight is if we could take a few minutes to go through the other issues on page 191 and maybe give Victor some direction there, and then when there's a more fully baked version that we make one pass at an update of the complaint procedures every year or so, rather than just doing it in pieces, because if there really are these outstanding issues, I think we should give some direction. Others may feel differently. I'm just not feeling a pressing need to do it twice. I'd rather do it once and do it right. Anybody? Bueller? No? Anyone still remember Ferris Bueller? All right, never mind. Not allowed.
So you're suggesting that we go through on page 191 these other issues?
Yeah, and if we can give direction, then maybe those can be redrafted into the thing, and then we'll have a final version for this time, and we can do another look-see at this in 6 months or a year.
Okay, why don't we do that?
Victor, does that work for you?
Does anybody have any objections? Okay. So we could go down the items one by one. The first item, is everybody on the right page? Page 191? All right. So the first issue is at the discretion of the chair, similar matters may be heard at the same time. Additional time may be provided to parties involved. This has more or less been our practice, right?
It has been practiced, but I have received many complaints that it is not in the written procedures. I just would like to know if you'd like to address that or continue with the same practice that we've been following.
Since it says at the discretion of the chair, this means this is not what we would have to do, but we could do. And in fact, this is what we often do. So having it codified would be helpful, I think. Does everyone agree? Any problem with that?
I agree. I'm also looking at sort of where this might go on in the marked version, page 187, 188. I'm starting to think that there's some things in the procedures that shouldn't be deleted but should be moved around so that it sort of follows more logically. Here's how you file. Here's what happens before the thing. Here's the documentation. Here's what happens at the hearing. This is kind of an at the hearing thing, and we don't have a great section on that. Anyway, I agree that this should be in here.
Okay, so let's just nail down the substance, and then we can rearrange the
deck chairs.
Deck chairs, right? Okay.
I can read through them. Additional guidelines needed for reconsideration of complaints. I have received various phone calls with complainants not agreeing with the decision of the task force. And currently, we only have one provision for reconsideration of 10 days after the order of determination is issued. I was wondering if there's any other situations you would possibly consider it, and if so, what procedures you would like to put in place for that. And also in considering reconsideration, there are certain guidelines. There has to be new information and so forth, and it's a matter of what is actually new information and who shall make that determination. Do I need to bring it back to the full task force to make that determination, or is it at the discretion of the chair and so forth?
What do we have now through the chair?
We don't have a procedure for how that's handled.
No, we don't. And it usually boils down to the person waits too long, and then we say, sorry.
And in some cases, they disagree with the decision of a committee, which there is no avenue for reconsideration of a decision of a committee, as they are not issuing orders of determination.
Right.
I would suggest, and looking at page 188 where the existing language is on reconsideration, that it's not actually new information. It's information that was not, well, I guess in a way it is new information. Within 10 days, and we should probably say business or calendar days. I like that it's only orders and it's only the full task force. And in general, I think if it is directed through Victor and if Victor calls it to our attention during the administrator's report, if there's consensus at that point and direction is given that either it doesn't pass or, yeah, that sounds good, then we'll schedule it for a future hearing. I don't know that it needs much more than that. I think it's the full task force, and it's done in the context of the administrator's report.
For my summary of that, we will change it to 10 calendar days, and I will list any requests for reconsideration in the administrator's report. And if a member of the task force wishes to reconsider it, they may make a motion to reconsider the matter.
Okay, so doing this rather than at the discretion of the chair.
I mean, you can certainly provide a recommendation. I've got no problem with that.
Okay.
There just aren't going to be that many of these, and there really shouldn't be.
Right, right. Okay, I like that. I like that path. Do others like the?
Everyone will have an additional opportunity after this is redrafted.
Okay.
I mean, essentially, they've got to make some material showing that it would really change the outcome or could, not just, oh, well, I found some other piece of paper.
It's usually an accusation of lying.
That's not true.
Next, do complaints need to address a specific incident or document when filing complaint? Conceptual complaints, not providing training, not allocating enough time. Sometimes I will receive a complaint stating that they are not providing training, but do not cite a specific incident. Is a specific incident required?
I would suggest they can file a complaint alleging a violation of a particular section of the ordinance, not just the guy looked at me funny. And they should have sufficient documentation to show whatever it is they're alleging. It may or may not be true, but they should have something. So either they made a request, and here's the request, and here's what I got, and I think there's something else, or blah, blah, blah. Or, that meeting was held, and blah, blah, something to tie it to, and not just, I don't like the way they're treating me.
I believe this one's a little bit conceptual and may need additional work. It's a matter of my experience where I receive complaints stating a department violated this section, but they won't tell me how they did it or something to that effect. Currently, I have not been accepting those complaints unless they give me enough detail.
Mm-hmm.
Even if they don't know the section, if they can tease out what happened and you can say, oh, that sounds like a 67-point whatever thing, then you can help them with that, I think.
Yeah,
but if they can't tie it to something.
Like I stated, it's more of a conceptual thing that came to my mind when I was putting these on paper. We may not need to take action on this one.
Okay.
Next, developer rules concerning double jeopardy regarding duplicate hearings from separate complainants on the same subject matter. I do not have a recommendation. This is just an issue that's been brought up before.
Well, this is like, what's his name, Gracias. I think the administrator and the chair should have the discretion to not accept a complaint alleging the exact same or similar facts where the task force has made a substantive determination. I mean, if you want to say, once again, they didn't take public comment properly at the Board of Supervisors, that's different from, I didn't get the same records that I still didn't get. So I think meetings, if it's a different meeting, that's different from, I still didn't get the same record and they're still stonewalling. Does that make sense?
It does make sense.
It's a matter of procedure. Shall that be done by the administrator, or does it need to be placed on the administrator's report for the task force review?
I would say administrator and chair, and if there's any ambiguity, bring it up in the report.
Thank you.
I mean,
yeah, no, that makes sense.
Manage it.
This one, many of these I've just thought of as I was writing this. Develop a time limit for how far back a complaint can go in terms of the request date to the date of the filing of the complaint. If they made a request 2 years ago and they decide to file it today, I was wondering if you want to chime in on how far back they're allowed to make a complaint.
It's like a statute of limitations.
Yes, that's what I was looking for.
Right.
I'm not sure we need to weigh in on that yet. If people start filing things from 5 years ago, then maybe we can deal with it. If it's something that's recent, and again, they can document, I asked for a thing, I didn't get it, please do something about it. I think we will exercise appropriate judgment. If they're talking about stuff from 10 years ago, we may just say the people are dead and it doesn't really matter. Sorry.
I believe it will become an issue, especially with anonymous complaints, if she ever decides to refile her complaints regarding a complaint she made 2 years ago, and now she wants to refile it. That's the issue I was thinking of.
I would say let's deal with it if and when that happens. I don't think that's been a problem historically.
I seem to remember one case in the past couple of years where somebody, yeah.
But again, it's rare, so we would exercise discretion. I think it's sort of like, Nick, what's the concept? Justiciability. It came out in a decision the other day. If it's still a ripe controversy, we'd hear it. If we say it doesn't really matter, we might make it go away.
We can work on that one as we go. Regarding a time limit on how long we will delay a complaint at the request of the complainant. Many times, as in the past, a complainant will request that we continue her item or delay the scheduling of a complaint until further notice. I was wondering if you would like to set a time limit for how long we would be willing to do that. This will come into effect in my administrator's report regarding Alvin Johnson.
This is distinct from complainants or requests for continuances at the hearing or...
For any matter where we are not scheduling a matter at the request of the complainant, how long will we wait before
things are pending for a while?
Right, and haven't we been tabling sort of large swaths of complaints?
We don't have a policy on it. We've
been doing it ad hoc.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
We can continue to do that for the moment, but this is just something to consider.
Yeah, it's going to become an issue, and so, we might have a rule that says you can delay your complaint for, 6 months after you've first filed it.
Yeah.
And then we would contact the person and say, do you still plan to pursue this? We need to close the matter if you're...
I agree with that. I think 6 months is a good rule, and we could we would contact them before we do it. It would require an action. So essentially, Victor can, clear the calendar twice a year, and if there's stuff that's hanging there with cobwebs, he'll bring it to us, and we'll act on it.
Yes, that would be similar to the Board of Supervisors 6-month rule.
Okay, all right. I just pulled the 6 month out of the air, but it seems reasonable.
What's the
Okay,
board
yeah,
rule?
no, this is something we ought to put in place.
What's that, 5.37?
It'll help us look better in terms of our stats.
Moving down, skipping over, rules for not accepting duplicate filings. We've touched on this before, and one of the items we already talked about. So I will consider this and see if anything comes of it. I need to add a description of the complaint committee process to our complaint procedures for the benefit of the public. And I believe the Rules Committee will be considering telephone testimony policies and ADA accommodation policies to eventually be included in the complaint procedure.
Okay.
You skipped a couple, the combining complaints and not accepting.
Yes.
Did you want to not accept it? No, never mind.
There are no specific rules for that. I have been denying complaints that are not complete. However, I don't absolutely have that authority.
Well, you've got a proposal here on page 184 at the bottom that you said staff. I mean, that could be administrator. That you'll review to ensure at a minimum the name, the complaint that we arguably have jurisdiction. That it's not against the,
Yes.
housing authority, et cetera.
I believe I must have written it in.
Yeah, you've got
not
that here.
recalled.
And I think when you get an incomplete file, I've got a thing, and here's the code section, but I don't have any documents, that you wouldn't accept that. It's essentially not a perfected complaint until you've gotten sufficient documentation.
Yes.
So,
and considering the other one I skipped, rules for combining complaints. I currently don't have authority to combine complaints. This became an issue with some recent submissions. If you would like me to combine similar complaints into one file, I would need authority to do that.
I think that would be good. So if it's several from one of our regular people about the library, and they're reasonably related, and it's about the library, then it can be several components from that person about the library.
I will create a criteria and try to add it to this procedure.
And then let the chair know when you're doing such a thing.
Yes.
Yeah.
Or that it's the two of you that are jointly making that determination. So if Victor says, I think these three files can be combined, then you say, yes, that sounds great, and then it's done.
That completes my review. I will try to implement these, create a new draft, and bring it back to the next meeting.
Great, thank you.
Is there a motion? Would you like to consider a motion to continue this to the next meeting?
So moved.
Second.
Who made the motion?
Bill Pell-Hepner.
Thank you.
And without objection?
Public comment.
Public comment?
This is on the motion to continue this matter to the next meeting.
Quick question, Rules Committee is bi-monthly, third Tuesday, but we skipped one. Do we have another Rules Committee?
We can consider a special meeting. I can provide you those dates.
Okay, so we'll do that at announcements or something, right? Is that where that fits in?
Administrator's report, we'll get to that.
Number 11.
Is there any comment regarding item number 11 regarding the complaint procedures and the continuance to the call of the chair?
Trying to be less annoying.
Public comments?
You're fine.
Oh, okay. Never mind.
On the complaint procedures.
Correct, Chair Washburn? It's
On the motion to continue.
Procedures.
The continuation of
And the continuation.
of the amendments.
Yeah, there's no complaints. I will continuations of minutes, and there are no, there's a lot of things that we have been missing out in our whole subject and this task force that we do every day. And I when I walk down the streets, and that we need this to be resolved.
Larry Edmond, first time here at the Sunshine Ordinance. My only complaint today that I can see would be that I would really wish you all would be like other bodies, a government that really have it on strings so you would know exactly what number you're on, where we're going, because you have to ask and wonder. So ideal that I know everything's on SGTV, but you don't really know how to follow and what number we're on. So I think that would be a good step in complaining and getting it organized where you know exactly where you're at on the agenda. Thank you.
Thank you.
Take it.
There being no further public comment on the motion, Wolf absent, Copra absent, Member Pilpil.
Could we do this without objection?
Yeah, without
Motion
objection.
is passed without objection with Member Wolf and Copra being absent.
Could I also suggest that when this comes back, that you dispose of the file 14030 and just make this amendments to the task force complaint procedures? Because
I do need to have a file number in order for file keeping purposes. I label our file hearings have file numbers just for record keeping purposes.
All right. But at some point, we should end that one and make it a 15 file, because
I can do that.
We'll figure it out.
I can recreate a new file.
Have fun.
Item number 12, approval of the minutes from the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force May 6, 2015 meeting.
Do I hear a motion to approve the minutes?
So move to approve with edits that I'm about to turn in.
I have some edits too.
Are these superficial? I would just,
Yes.
they are.
Yeah, no, they
okay. I've never, asked. But cool.
They're really typos.
Great.
On the motion,
I
is there any?
think I need a second.
Second.
I believe Chair Washburn provided a second.
Oh, excellent.
Is there any public comment on the motion to adopt the minutes as amended?
Yes, Sylvia Johnson and I adopted minutes. Thank you.
Thank you.
There being no comment, would you like to approve this
Without objection?
without objection? The motion is adopted without objection with Member Wolf and Copra being absent. Next on the agenda, item number 13, Administrator's Report. Regarding item number 2 on the Administrator's Report, the hearing schedule, as listed, our next meeting of the Compliance Amendments Committee and the Complaint Committee is July 16th. For the Compliance and Amendments Committee, I currently only have 2 items pending before them. However, the departments have not yet responded. Those items will continue to the call of the chair, and I would like to know if you would like to consider canceling that meeting at this time.
But the Complaint Committee would still meet.
That is an additional discussion, yes.
I also want to remind everyone that if there will be a Game 6 of the Warriors versus Cavaliers, it would be held on June 16th. It matters to me, but...
Basketball? Hockey, yeah. Baseball, yeah.
There is a possibility of conducting an additional meeting on the 4th Tuesday of the month, which would be 1 week later on the 23rd. We do have this room reserved for that date. So the Complaint Committee could meet on the 23rd if you so desire.
And
I can't meet on the 23rd, unfortunately.
This is for compliance, or is this?
This is compliance.
Either and or.
Who's on compliance now?
May I ask if, since we do not have any items currently pending that are ready to go before the Compliance and Amendments Committee, would you like to cancel that one, Chair Hepner? The 2 items pending are pending responses from the departments, and I have not received those responses yet.
I'm okay with that, as long as it doesn't create a bottleneck with the following meeting.
Could I suggest that if complaint is happening on that day, that maybe you move complaint up to 4 o'clock?
That was the...
We could do that, you know.
So then you're out in time for the game.
Right.
What's the backlog of complaints?
We're getting to
I
that.
will
We're getting
get to that point.
And then I'm looking at the Complaint Committee. There are
Excited.
6 complaints in the draft agenda for that.
I didn't scroll down enough.
So if we started at 4,
It was my intention to start at 4 if we do cancel the Compliance and Amendments.
okay.
The game won't be until 6. And there may not be one.
Hopefully there won't be one.
So I believe it's the intention of the intention to cancel the Compliance and Amendments Committee and to continue on July 16th with the Complaint Committee at 4 p.m.
June 16th.
This is
June
June
16th.
Right?
Right.
Yep.
Yes. In addition to that, I would like to know if you would like to temporarily assign an additional member, as Member Rishi has had difficulty attending recently.
Well, hang on.
So everybody gets a committee, and we have a new person that doesn't have a committee.
Well, hang on.
Yeah.
I'm missing somebody too on rules. Are we ever
Oh
getting?
yeah, we're missing.
Yes, they are.
We're missing Mark.
That's correct. Are we ever getting?
It does not need to be a permanent appointment to complaint.
SBJ hasn't sent a letter yet.
Complaint does not have a set. I just would like to be sure we have 3 members.
So, Member Haynes, would you like to join Member Hepner and I on compliance and amendments?
For June 16th at 4 p.m.
It would be his honor to attend.
Not to put you on the spot.
It's my calendar. Well, honor.
Your PR representative.
You keep a calendar, do you?
We can get back to that one.
We're going to tell Supervisor Breed about
The next full task force meeting is on July 1st. The next Rules Committee and Complaint Committee after that is scheduled for July 21st.
I would be available for it.
You would for on the 16th.
Microphone, because they're recording
I believe I would be available for the 16th
Okay.
meeting. So,
Is June 16th or July 16th?
It's June 16th, 4 o'clock in this room.
So the composition of the Complaint Committee for June 16th shall be, the chair shall be Member Hepner. The members shall be Washburn and Haynes.
So then, can I request then on the 21st, if we don't get Member Rummel back, can we borrow Member Haynes for July 21st?
I assume we can discuss that as we get closer to the date. That's 2 months away.
Oh, I
And
thought
I
we
might
wanted
be
to.
interested in joining you for that, depending on what you have
Again,
on
we
the
would like to
agenda.
have Member Haynes. No, I'm just kidding.
And
I don't care. Anybody.
Yes.
I don't think we should be going into complaint. This is probably not time to talk about going into complaint committees with only 2 people. I just don't
I
think that's
agree.
good.
That's, yeah,
Absolutely.
you're right.
yes, that would be a Rules and Complaint meeting on that July 21st. So they would need a third.
Even
Yeah.
though Member Hinsey and I kick butt at all of our complaint committee.
Totally.
Next on my
Well,
report.
hold on a sec. EOT
Girl
isn't
power.
in there in July? Was that?
It may have been oversight. I believe the last meeting of EOTC was in May, so they should be meeting in July.
13th.
Yes.
4 o'clock. Yep. Is now a good time to talk about the committee meeting schedule, since we just talked about that, but I wanted to talk about frequency?
Sure, yeah.
Okay.
We can start the conversation now.
So, Chair Washburn, at what point in this agenda would I bring up the topic of leaning on SPJ or New American Media or whomever about filling these slots? Because we got really lucky tonight. But I know that next month we're going to get people in here that are going to, it's like when I played hockey and our coach would yell at us for the people not being there. It's
Yeah.
like, Coach, we're here. Don't yell at us. But they're all going to come here and they're going to yell at us.
Right. Well, I've
And it's not the supervisor's fault this time.
it's
right?
SPJ. I said that I would contact Rick Nee, and I did.
Thank you.
I contacted Rick and I said, hey,
Dude.
and he said, yeah, we're moving on it.
It's just a wait. Mark is already, Member Rummold is already in. He was already approved, rules. This is literally just a waiver.
No, it becomes a new letter because it's more than a year and blah, blah, blah. Member Wolf also said that he was going to try to contact them too, and then there was some issue with New
A
California.
year. It's only been a couple of months that he's
I
been
know.
off.
But then New California Media also needs to do a letter for Member Copra, who's continuing to serve as a holdover, but, we want that dealt
Didn't
with
he
as well.
resign? So who
No.
resigned?
Member
Winston.
David.
Oh, well,
and-
but he's
And Member Winston.
Winston and Rummold had to go. Winston was the SPJ
right, but
journalist.
he's resigned. Rummel
Right.
just moved and needs a waiver.
Right.
Right.
So we're
Yes,
just.
in essence, he was forced to resign because he no longer qualified without the waiver.
Right.
Oh, so he actually had to resign and come back. Does he have to go up in front of rules again or anything?
Yes.
Remember Rummel does?
Yes. It's considered
it's a new appointment.
Applying for the seat again.
Along those lines, I will not be here next month because I have a work travel to go. No, you won't.
Yeah.
Well, that could be important.
That's July 21st.
No, July 1st.
July
And as long as we're on this issue, I was wondering, will all members of the task force
Yeah.
be available for the July 1st meeting? If you cannot attend that meeting, please let me know as soon as possible so that I can ensure that we have a quorum.
Okay.
That
You're good,
is
Chris?
a Wednesday, right? Yeah.
We expect Member Wolf to come as well.
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
So
So if Member Wolf is here, then we're good.
Yeah.
Guys, keep in mind that's the July 4th weekend. So
Well,
Oh, right.
4th
yeah.
of July is a
Five-day
Monday
weekend.
off, right? No.
Yeah.
So When 4th of July falls on a Saturday, what's
I
the
believe
holiday?
the holiday is Friday.
City holiday is Friday, so
No.
we'll be.
Yes.
Wait. No, it's a Monday. It's that other weird rule. It's
I got Friday off.
you get it off?
I have Friday off.
They have Friday off. Let's go with them.
Friday and Monday off.
I think it's one of those days where the holiday falls on Saturday, but the city has to be open so they have minimal staffing on that day. Seriously. There's a
In
rule that
essence,
when it
it's
falls on
still
a
a holiday
Sunday,
for us.
the Monday holiday applies.
Are you here
When it's
Monday
on
or no?
Saturday, it doesn't apply on Friday.
I don't believe that matters. If we're short-staffed and skeleton crew, we cannot have a meeting.
You know,
Anyway.
we even having 6 here means that nobody can get up.
Yes. Moving on to the next issue. I received a letter from Alvin Johnson.
Oh, I was going to talk about the committee meeting frequency.
Yes.
Okay, sorry. So
No.
you're clear on
Just
SPJ?
How about just stick a bug in our ear and then we can move on, okay?
Yeah.
Okay. So on the committee meeting schedule, we haven't yet talked about the workload. My sense is, though, that the 3 committees, if you include rules, haven't been able to do as much proactive stuff, particularly EOT, because we're still bogged down in complaints. And so I would like us to explore very soon having the committees be able to meet once a month again like they used to. So the idea was full task force once a month, and you sit on a committee that also meets once a month. And we had that for a long time, and then we met twice a month for the full body, and then we went to every other month for the committees, and we're still doing that. And so I would like us to find a way to get back to committees each meeting
Did
once
we
a month.
discuss that after the summer? I don't think we should.
Yeah, and
do it now.
it's not just merely up to us. It's also a matter of Victor's time, too.
And
So-
hopefully Nick in the future, too.
Right.
All right, anyway.
just-
there it is. I've said
Okay,
it.
that's
Thank
the,
you.
okay, bug in
Bug
the
in the
ear.
ear.
All right, okay, now let's move on.
I believe I have included a copy of email from Alvin Johnson in the administrator's report. This is becoming a complex issue where he does not wish the task force to hear his complaints, but to forward it directly to the Ethics Commission. It's more complicated than that, but that's the base. That is a summary of his request.
What page?
I have also, I believe I
22 of the packet. Yeah.
I believe I've also provided a draft response that I left on your desk regarding a possible response to Mr. Johnson.
So on that, I am strongly of the view that he's filed complaints with us. We should hear them or dispose of them one way or the other. We should not encourage him to file directly with the Ethics Commission. There are bigger problems when people file directly with the Ethics Commission. We should, if he's got live complaints, we should hear them, make determinations on them, if warranted, refer to ethics, and if not, not. But there's no reason for this person or anybody else to short-circuit that process, and there's no provision in the ordinance to simply refer things from the task force to ethics without having a hearing. That's not how it works. And I see no reason to treat this situation differently than anyone else. So I'm strongly opposed to referring all the matters, and I'm in support of sending some communication. I might do it slightly differently than this, but that's my view.
So I looked at the ordinance again and thought about this today, and no, we ourselves can't forward these complaints to ethics at all. But I think the language in the draft from Victor is, it is true that he can go directly to ethics. It would not be us referring these files to ethics at all. We would just inform him that he can himself go to ethics.
They have very limited provisions, though, for hearing complaints directly, and they're primarily when the task force makes a referral or to the Ethics Commission, or the task force makes an order and it's sent to the DA or the AG and they don't act within 40 days. So there are specific provisions, and it sort of sets up this process where you bring a complaint here and that's where it starts, and you don't sort of go around us to the Ethics Commission. You don't start there. You start here.
I believe the Ethics Commission can inform him of that process.
Yeah, I mean, why should we be
I don't
getting
believe
involved?
should be educated. I mean, he's completely aware of these issues, from my understanding, and he, in his original email, he states he is already going through the process of filing directly with the Ethics Commission. But I just wanted to respond to his email by stating he can file directly with them, just so that I'm covered in my response.
So through the chair, I have a question for Victor. I mean, why are we even involved in this at all? I mean, if he wants to go directly to ethics per the city charter, he can do that.
I
correct?
accept complaints that he sends me. That's all I can do.
But legally or processorally or whatever the word is I'm looking for, I mean, if he wants to do that, we just say, hey, guy gesundheit, height, off you go. I mean, there's nothing that...
Yes.
Okay.
But the ordinance doesn't really provide for that, is what I was trying to say.
Well, that's ethics loophole that they have to fill. Did we have any complaints from him that we heard?
Not yet.
We tried.
We were all set up.
Yes. And then in this email, he also states he does not want to be heard by the task force, and he requests that we do not schedule his items on the very last line.
Tell him we'll withdraw him then, if that's what he wants.
That is what I'm asking him to do in this letter.
No, I think your letter is very straightforward, and it's excellent. I think that you've given him good counsel under the circumstances. What?
Excuse my viewers, but I would cut out the second paragraph.
I can take the suggestions and draft a new version for the chair's approval with the recommendations from Member Hepner.
All right.
Cool. Would you? I assume that the task force is authorizing the chair to review my response prior to sending it to Mr. Johnson. Just a clarification. Item number 4 on my administrator's report is a list of the new submissions for the last month. As you can see, there are many of them from Mr. Johnson.
Just a quick question. Under the policies that we talked about a few minutes ago, would you be able to group any of these? Possibly?
I have been recently. Many of these Alvin Johnson complaints are 4 or 5 complaints that I've put into one file.
Okay, but even things like 15081 and 082, do they lend themselves? Maybe, maybe not?
The complainant specifically requested that I not combine them.
Yeah, well...
And
anyway.
Since there's no provisions in the procedures,
Coming soon.
I must comply with the request.
All
right. Next on the agenda, on my report, item number 6, pending complaints. From 2014, there is only one pending complaint, pending a rehearing, pending a report from the task force, and then a rehearing before the task force. In 2015, we currently have 62 open complaints. 23 of those open complaints were filed by Mr. Johnson. And going back to the Mr. Johnson issue, his request to not schedule any of his complaints, I will be complying with that request and not scheduling his items until I can confirm that he will actually show up. Next on item 7, I list the items currently pending before the committees. And item number 8, I list pending issues before the full task force.
Comment. Items 7 and 8 are totally helpful. Should I assume that item 7 includes hearing files at EOT as well? So is that kind of the total list of everything that's lurking over at EOT? We're pretty close.
To the best of my knowledge, it should include everything.
Chris, you're looking at that too?
Some of the hearing issues may not be listed in this.
Okay. But in the future, this is great if we can have this every month so we sort of know where the workload is all over the place.
So it looks like EOTC ought to be meeting every month.
Hey, good idea, member. Oh, sorry. And I think I just had one item to add to item 8, the pending list, and that's the annual report.
Right.
That completes my administrative
It's on the
report.
calendar I keep in my head.
Okay, that's good. We'll tell Supervisor Bree. Never
And
mind.
with the item 8 with the pending issues, the review memo by former member Rummold and advisory letter from former member Rummold. Can we move those? Can we move those forward without him present?
What?
We would probably need to assign someone else to write those memos and then move forward.
They have not been written.
Yeah,
Yes.
like the other lawyer here sitting with
I
us.
think one. I could be wrong, but I thought he wrote one, but not the other.
I thought so too.
And we heard the one, but then kicked it again for some reason. Anyway, maybe we can research where those are and figure out what to do with them.
Sometimes these memos are moot, and
208.
there's actually no issue. There's no file left. It's just a matter of issuing a letter.
I thought that was the advisory letter regarding police public records.
Yes,
that
I
we had
believe, right.
actually reviewed that as a task force, and just in the interest of getting it out.
Could I just ask also for our July meeting, when I looked at the complaint log, it looked like it could be either an Al-Taha night or a library night, or there were a couple of options, but I was just hoping that we can work through some of the backlog. I mean, I think we did okay tonight. I just, somehow I would like us to be able to dispose of more of these than we are.
We're on track with the delay of Mr. Johnson's items. That has given me a lot of open space to schedule complaints. Is there any public comment regarding the administrator's report?
I'm Sylvia Johnson. There's been years that I'm thinking about this word, and that we had a lot more information now that the journalist can understand. That I appreciate the things that way it's been done today. Thank you.
Practice make perfect. Administration report. I find that it's been wonderful being here at my first Sunshine Ordinance, City and County, and I like the idea that the board back there, you guys really have a great way of administrating and making people feel that you are working for the people. I think I get to read something about announcements and comments, so I have something I would like to read to you, that you said, no man should have a political office because he wants a job. A public office is not a job. It is an opportunity.
We're not on comments right now. We're on the administrator's report.
That's not administrated? All right, then I come back to 14. What a clerk.
There being no further public comment, next on the agenda, item 14, announcements, comments, questions, and future agenda items. One moment. It's up to the task force first. The task force goes first.
Okay. Thank you.
So I only have 3 items tonight. First, Victor actually mentioned in tonight's handout that the Dominic Mayonkey versus Rec Park item is now scheduled at the Ethics Commission for June 22nd, and apparently there is a staff report, and their staff is recommending that we got it wrong and that there wasn't a violation by Phil Ginsburg, and that we didn't hold any additional fact-finding and determine how or why Phil Ginsburg was involved in that decision. I don't know if I'm going to go. I certainly won't represent the task force.
Yeah, don't do that.
Yeah, no. And I don't know where that's going to go. So anyway, that's the Mayonkey item. I was going to ask Member Hepner about calendars. There was a hearing last week at the Rules Committee, there was a letter from DHR that apparently was persuasive, and they added language about calendars, blah, blah, blah. I haven't read it in great detail. But apparently that did get out of committee with recommendation, but as amended, and that goes to the full board for first reading on June 9th. Outcome, I think, uncertain. Hopeful, but uncertain. And then I had a final item.
Yeah, I'm trying to read it closely really quickly right now, but it looks to me like they added further clarification about what information should be in there. I'm not sure that there are any. I mean, my concern is that there are sort of loopholes that would allow them to not disclose certain things that people would want to know. But here it spells out. I like this. At any meeting or event with 10 or fewer attendees, officials subject to subsection A of the calendar ordinance shall attempt to identify names of attendees present and the organizations they represent. And then it includes a list of campaign consultants under this, registered with the Ethics Commission, lobbyists registered with the Ethics Commission, permit consultants, et cetera, developers of major projects. So it looks like they added more clarity, but
Oh yeah, that's very specific then.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I guess I was concerned that they created an exemption for meetings with labor organizations, and although I agree that nothing from those meetings need be disclosed, the mere fact that a representative of a labor organization is meeting with an elected official or department head, I think, ought to be disclosed, and I'm not sure how they can create that odd carve-out. And just the last point I was going to make tonight before Nick walks out, we're not going to discuss it. I didn't bring copies, but there is a ballot measure that was submitted and I believe may actually be out there gathering signatures that would amend the ordinance in interesting ways. If it qualifies and passes, it would take effect and we would have to interpret it. So I think under the rules of political activity, we can't take a position on it and shouldn't. We could certainly bring it back for information so people can see what it is and does. I wasn't. What?
She said, bless you.
Oh, sorry. So, I mean, if people are interested, it has some interesting provisions about language translation, video testimony, requiring all meetings to be live streamed on the internet somehow, and has some other provisions about the Board of Education, the Community College Board, gives the city 6 months to implement it. That's just a very high-level summary. Have you seen the thing?
Haven't heard a thing about it.
Okay. Anyway, there's that.
Heard about it.
Again, we're not taking a position.
For
I just want people to be
2015?
aware.
For November?
Yeah, and this is, the proponent of this is David Lee, who ran for the Board of Supervisors and is with KVEC. Just FYI.
Also plays for the Warriors.
I didn't know that. See?
This year, anyway.
Yeah.
I'm done. Thanks.
Yeah, David Lee was on the board of the League of Women Voters.
Any public comment on this announcement?
Probably the same one. It got interesting.
No, he is the same.
Item
David
number
Lee.
14, any public comment?
Did you want me to do something more on it next month? Do you want copies?
Hello, I'm Sylvia Johnson, and I've heard that there's a whole lot of information that
you could.
people don't realize
about
when,
it, but I
I'm,
haven't
when I'm
seen
speaking, like I play a guitar, that there's a whole lot more instruments behind it all, and even the boxing technology and playing with fiddles and bands, and I'm pretty good, and I didn't get it back in school. I got insurance for it, and I got insurance for this for City Hall. So we're gonna get reimbursed every step we take around this opportunity. Thank you.
Take my 3 minutes. Yes. Before the Giant Warriors win, I would like to read, no man should have a political office because he wants a job. A public office is not a job. It is an opportunity to do something for the public. And once in office, it remains for him to prove that the opportunity was not wasted. I would like to say, in honor of Martin Luther King in '56, he spoke at Billy Graham over here. He said, the Constitution keyboard will have basic black and treble white significant on the Constitution keyboard. He spoke right at Billy Graham. So when you go to 3rd and Howard and 4th, you can see that, as well as, no, we shall never be satisfied until justice rolls down like the mighty streams. And the other thing that I want to say was that last night I was here till 11:55 at the BOS, Board of Supervisor, and today it's a little bit more. I know what sunshine means a little bit more. And 2 minutes. It should play all these in 2 minutes. He speaks to me.
The road ahead will be long. Our climb will be steep. We may not get there in 1 year or even in 1 term.
I think we heard that.
But America, I have never been more hopeful than I am tonight that we will get there. I promise you, we as a people will get there. We cannot have a thriving Wall Street while Main Street suffers. To those Americans whose support I have yet to earn, I may not have won your vote tonight, but I hear your voices. I need your help, and I will be your president too. We've proved once more that the true strength of our nation comes not from the might of our arms or the scale of our wealth, but from the enduring power of our ideals: democracy, liberty, opportunity, and unyielding hope. We came together as Democrats, Republicans, and Independents to stand up and say that we are one nation, we are one people, and our time for change has come. We are choosing hope over fear. We are choosing unity over division. And we're sending a powerful message that change is coming to America. Together, ordinary people can do extraordinary things. We will begin the next great chapter in the American story with 3 words that will ring from coast to coast, from sea to shining sea. Yes, we can.
Sunshine, thank you.
If people are interested in the ballot measure, I'll bring copy. We'll make it an item for next time.
Sure.
Okay.
Okay. Do I hear a motion to adjourn?
Without objection.
Go Jack Warriors. Go Jack Warriors.